Good morning, California. I'm Neil Fornashari, and along with my co-chair, Sarah Sudwani, we'll be hosting these meetings of the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. Sorry, a little rough start this morning. I apologize. This is a pretty exciting time for us. We're just beginning to get into the real meat of the work that we were hired to do, and begin to do some line drawings. So Commissioner Sidwani will lay the groundwork for that a little bit later. But before we get started, I will hand it over to Robbie for roll call.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kennedy,
Here.
Commissioner Lamons,
Here.
Commissioner Sadwani,
Here.
Commissioner Sanai,
Here.
Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Toledo,
Here.
Commissioner Turner,
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez,
Here.
Commissioner Yee,
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad,
Here.
Commissioner Akutagawa,
Here.
Commissioner Anderson,
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Presente.
and Commissioner Fornashari.
I am here.
You have a quorum, Chair.
Thanks, Robbie. So see, today, Friday and Saturday, we will be beginning to give some line drawing direction. I put together a schedule that's posted with the agenda items that goes over roughly what we'll be doing each day. So we'll be reviewing each of the zones and providing direction to the line drawers for each of those zones. We'll start today with LA, and tomorrow we'll do zones A, C, and E, and then on, or not tomorrow, Friday, and then Saturday, the balance of the zones. Intermixed with that, we'll be having a business meeting. I'm sorry I didn't really have the details of when we might be getting to each of the agenda items for the business meeting, because I really have no idea how long the direction will take. So I've put a lot of little bit of extra time at the end of the meetings on Friday and Saturday in case we need it. And we also have on the 17th in the morning, we'll have a presentation on California geography. So that should be interesting and helpful. Before we get any further, I want to turn it over to my colleague, Ray Kennedy, for a brief statement. You're muted.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to take the opportunity to wish everyone a happy International Day of Democracy. Today is an opportunity for all of us to remind ourselves that democracy does not survive on its own. It requires each of us to be involved and engaged every day, even if only in a small way, to ensure its survival, whether that be through informing yourself as a citizen, discussing public affairs with your family, friends, neighbors, and colleagues, helping register voters and helping them understand the electoral process, communicating with your elected officials, working as a poll worker on election day, serving as a citizen observer, running for office yourself, or many other actions that help ensure that our democracy thrives. I'd like to thank my colleagues, our staff, those who have participated in our redistricting process so far, and those who will participate as we move forward, as well as those millions of Californians who voted in yesterday's election, for being an integral part of this process we call democracy. And I look forward to working with all of you to continue to both broaden and deepen our democracy. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thanks, Ray. That was Really, really nice, really well said. On behalf of the rest of the commission, thank you for that. I think it's important to remind ourselves of that, especially in these times. It can be hyper partisan. So thank you for that. At this point, I will turn it over to Katie for to go to public comment. Before we do that, though, I just want to remind, I'm not sure how much public input and public comment we're going to have today. So I just want to remind callers that we do have a two-minute time limit for public comment that we'll be enforcing throughout these 3 days, just to ensure that everyone gets a chance to provide input. So, Katie.
Good morning, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed, it is 882-8610-2051 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk. Press star 6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. And this time we do have a couple callers. Caller with the last four, 9907. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. Once again, caller with the last four, 9907. If you will please press star 6 to unmute at this time. Caller 9907, the floor is yours. Can you hear me? You might want to make sure that the mute is not pressed on your phone. It happens sometimes. Can you hear me? Caller 9907, you are unmuted on our end. Can you hear us?
Can you? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can now. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning to all. My name is Sam Kumar. I want to thank the commissioner and their staff for their dedication to making this process so transparent to the public, such that the public can analyze the detailed information presented. In the spirit of more preciseness, I see at least a dozen data entries, 10 emails that were posted, making the request to maintain their communities of interest within the boundaries of Congressional District 17. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. There are 5 main cities that make up of districts, Congressional District 17, which are Cupertino, Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, Milpitas, and the large section of Fremont. The detailed inputs are given from these several cities, including the city mayors and also city council members. The city of Sunnyvale City Council letter acknowledged its unanimous decision to have their city stay in Congressional District 17. City of Santa Clara did the same thing, and there are 7 council members voted in support of keeping Santa Clara within the Congressional District 17.
30 seconds.
In addition, the Fremont mayor, vice mayor, and the council members also did the same thing. But unfortunately, in the September 11th meeting, I think the current map shows that all of
15
San
seconds.
Jose is to be part of the Congress District 17. San Jose has a 1 million population. The current district has a 750,000 population. That makes it a 1.7 million.
Time.
So
Thank you for that feedback. And if you'd like to provide more detailed input to us, you can go to our website and send us an email or give us a call, or go to the online tool, drawmycacommunity.org. Thank you. Next caller, Katie.
Next caller is caller 2829. And I invite caller 2448, if you do wish to give comment during this public comment session, to please press *9 on your telephone keypad. But caller I see that hand. Caller 2829, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Good morning, commissioners. This is Renee Westa-Lusk. I just wanted to let you know I finally was able to email a bunch of corrections for the PIN map on the database website or tab, and I would like some acknowledgement that, sometime maybe today, if your staff can please let me know they received the email and can distribute it to the commissioners. It's fairly lengthy, and I found some more corrections that I wasn't able to email to you yet. It's kind of time consuming to give the detailed information of what needs to be corrected. So I wanted you to know that I have emailed the corrections, and if you can please look them over and have them corrected in the database PIN map. Thank you.
Okay, well, Ms. Westerlust, thank you again for your participation and your involvement in the process. We appreciate that. And we'll have staff take a look at that and ensure that the commissioners get your input and that they make those corrections.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. West,
She hung up.
okay. If you're still listening, please, Ms. Westerlust, please send your email to votersfirstact@crc.ca.gov. Is that correct, Alvaro? I'm Director Hernandez.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Next caller.
And we do have one more caller at this time, on caller 2448. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And caller 2448, the floor is yours.
Good morning. My name is Peter Cannon. First, I want to thank you for organizing these first phase preliminary direction meetings by region and not by plan. It is easier for the public. If I want to hear about the lines in my area, I only have to listen in on one day. Second, I would also strongly suggest you organize your second phase visualizations by region as well. Besides being easier for the public, what you see in the visualizations for one plan may trigger discussion relevant to the other plans in the same area. Third, within each region, as described in the draft mapping playbook, it may make sense to have a standardized order for which plans to look at first. So I would recommend that when looking at Los Angeles, for example, you would review the Assembly, then Senate, and so on. And then when you look at the Bay Area, you would go in the same order. Fourth, once you reach the phase for statewide plans, it may make sense to focus on one plan a day. By then, you will be able to see how decisions in one region affect another, how everything is interconnected. Fifth, for the order of the regions, while I am from Northern California and would selfishly love to always have my area go first, it may make more sense to start with the most complicated areas and then work from there. And finally, I am glad to acknowledge that Kennedy Wilson will be working on the districts where I live. Her presentation last week was great. I've been consistently impressed with the
30
Q2
seconds.
team, and I'm glad someone with her talents will be drawing our seats. Thank you and best of luck today.
Well, thank you, Mr. Cannon, for your ongoing participation and deeply, deeply thoughtful input. We appreciate it. With that, I am going to turn it over to Commissioners Sadwani and Anderson to kick off the morning session. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Well, I know Commissioner Anderson's going to lead us through the LA portion, so I'll just say a few words to get us started. As we all know, just as a way of recapping, we have been on quite a journey already for the past year, starting off with our community outreach and education phase, followed by a phase of collecting communities of interest testimony, which has taken up the entirety of the summer. And I think we've been very thorough in our approach across the state to gather as much information as possible, not only in public sessions, but also through the use of the COI tool, the drawmycacommunity.com or .org, I believe, mapping tool, as well as in receipt of numerous letters and emails and phone calls from individuals across the state. As Commissioner Fornashari, as Chair Fornashari, laid out for us on Saturday, we are now actively transitioning to the line drawing phase. And today we begin that process by giving feedback and direction to our line drawing team on all of the communities of interest testimony that we've heard. We, of course, don't have the official redistricting database just yet. So we're giving this direction solely based, predominantly in any case, based on the testimony that we've received. We have with us today our line drawing team of Haystack DNA and Q2. And so I want to welcome them, as well as several representatives from the Stremwasser-Wucher team, along with our VRA expert, David Becker. So welcome to all of them. I see Megan Gall, as our RPV analyst, is here with us as well. So welcome to all. We're going to start off this morning with some general comments on how to give line drawing direction. As you all recall, we had a conversation on Saturday reviewing a document that was prepared in terms of what these phases, the next steps of this line drawing phase will really look like. And so I'm going to turn first to Karen McDonald and her team at Q2 to lead us through that. After that, we'll turn to David Becker for a reminder and a short training on the line drawing criteria that we need to be following. Karen?
Thank you so much, Commissioner Sadwani, and good morning, commissioners. Very excited to be here. As Commissioner Sadwani said, we will be referring to the document that was shared with you last Saturday, and I'm going to summarize some of that right now. Just wanted to start off by saying how excited we are to have reached this phase in the process where you're actually able to look at the input that you've received, along really with the other redistricting criteria, and you can begin to give preliminary direction that will allow your line drawing team to put some lines on a map for you for consideration. This is really a great moment, I think, for all of us. It's a new phase, and it's just great. So before we go into a little bit more detail, I just want to point out that while Jamie and I were part of this specific process 10 years ago, this is a new experience for us as it is for you, because we're not only doing this virtually, which of course didn't happen 10 years ago, but you're a new commission. We're all still learning to work collaboratively. And I think the process will evolve, just like the input process evolved as we all learned what your priorities are and how you wanted information to be presented. And so this is really exciting, and can't wait to see what comes next. So today, as I mentioned, and as Commissioner Sadwani mentioned, is the first opportunity for you to provide directions based on what you have heard and seen so far, prior to seeing any potential boundaries. We will be focusing on the LA region today, and then the other regions on the 17th and the 18th of this week. The directions you give today and during the other meetings will be turned into what we call visualizations. And so that is to distinguish from really district maps or plans, as we call them later. And we will be able to show you those during the meetings on October 4, 5, and 6. Of course, in between today and October, the official redistricting database for the state will be released. And that means that the line drawing team can use the population figures that will be released and then implement the direction that you're giving today in context of that. Really quickly to talk about what preliminary direction really means. The purpose of these visualizations is really to map some preliminary direction. And it's to show you some potential options. These are not going to be statewide plans. Again, these are regional plans, and there can be visualizations for multiple mutually exclusive scenarios. Preliminary direction falls into like two broad, roughly categories. One is more general direction. So basically, what is on the statewide level even, what should the line drawers do? Which criteria, how should they follow the criteria when there is not specific direction from you? This will happen inevitably, that we will run into a particular section and you haven't said anything. And then in that case, what should we do? Should we just stop the process, or should we go on, and what is the general direction? For example, should the line drawers give way to COI submissions when they're not in conflict with other direction? That will be an example for general direction. And the second is the regional feedback. And that's, of course, again, what we're going to be starting to focus on today. And your entire team, including the VRA attorneys, are here today to collaborate with you on that piece. I think it's likely that we'll have 3 general categories for regional direction. And those are, in a nutshell, whenever possible, do X in this region. For example, there is a specific city that should be kept whole in a district, with a caveat that as long as it does not conflict with higher ranked criteria. Then a second broad bracket would be explore the possibility. And this is about your preferences. And those could fall into a wide range of categories. For example, you may want to see whether a certain group of cities that people have mentioned to you could be kept together in certain plans. And so, the line drawers could map that for you and then bring you back a visualization that shows whether or not that is possible. And that will then give you, again, an opportunity to say, okay, we're seeing that this is not possible. And then you can make a decision about how you want to deal with that particular area. And then there's multiple options, which will come into play if the commission has heard conflicting testimony. And of course, you have heard that already about some sections where people are just not quite in agreement. And perhaps you would like the line drawing team to explore what those options, what that conflict would look like mapped. So for example, some people in community A say, we really want to be with community B. And then some other people from community A say, well, we really want to be with community C. So you may want to direct us to give you both options in a visualization so you can take a look at what that looks like on a map. And finally, flexibility is a really good thing for all of you and for us also. So if you don't have a strong preference, you could say, we don't really have a strong preference, so please just figure out what version would work best and then come back and tell us what you find. And then we can walk you through that with these visualizations and also moving forward. Again, just to remind all of us that direction today is very preliminary, it's exploratory, and it does not represent final directions. So, we're getting started. You don't need to reach consensus today. This is, again, very preliminary. Let's all keep that in mind. And it's just visualization. So these are not, draft maps or anything that goes toward final. This is a first step at figuring out what have we heard and what does that look like on a map when we put things together. And you also don't need to necessarily identify all the possibilities. There is literally billions of possibilities and options to put a map together for the state of California. And so let's just start someplace and just give us some direction that allows us to come back in October with a reasonable number of visualizations that you can then start working off of as we start to go further toward our goal to get a draft map out by whatever date we will have that draft map out. So with that, I'm going to stop here and hand things over to Mr. Becker, if that's okay. And I will be back in a second. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Karin. Good to see you all. Good to be with you again. And thanks also, I wanted to say, for being flexible with everyone's schedules. I know getting everyone together for these important meetings has been difficult, and there are holidays and time differences, and I'm just very, very appreciative of the efforts everyone has made on that front. I just want to reiterate what Karin just said. No one has ever drawn a perfect map the first time at the very first moment. In fact, I don't know that anyone's ever drawn a perfect map that pleased everyone ever. So this is going to be an iterative process. We've probably heard that from me quite a bit. We're going to go through many, many steps, trial and error, working through this process, which is a lot more like art than science, and trying to balance out the variety of criteria that the Constitution requires you all to balance out. So with that, what I'm going to do, if I can, I'm going to share my screen and show, hopefully this will come up, show a slide. This will be old news to all of you. I just want to remind you all what the criteria are as defined by the Constitution, and also get a little bit into kind of how those criteria are prioritized, because I know that's going to be really important to you, is really at the center of all of your work. So this is, by the way, this slide we've shown, I know there have been several slides and sometimes we paraphrase these. I've actually tried to use the exact language from the Constitution in this slide so everyone can see it. There's some language that I've edited out just for clarity, but the Constitution states the Commission shall establish single-member districts using the following criteria as set forth in the following order of priority. So the first priority, if I can get it, there we go. Districts shall comply with the U.S. Constitution. Congressional districts shall achieve population equality. As nearly as is practicable, and senatorial, assembly, and state board of equalization districts shall have reasonably equal population with other districts of the same office, except where deviation is required to comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act or allowable by law. Now, we've gone into some detail on that before. This is the first criteria, meaning it takes the top priority. Population equality, getting specific, means in this case, what the law has said in the past is that congressional districts should be as close to true population equality as is reasonably practicable. And then legislative districts, like the Senate, Assembly, and State Board of Equalization, can contain a reasonable amount of deviation to achieve other goals that are required under the law. And generally, that deviation has meant plus or minus 5% in total population. That has usually been a safe harbor. The second priority is districts shall comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act. We've discussed this at length, I know, and I won't go into too much detail about this, but specifically, are there areas in which minority voters are large enough to form a majority of a district and are cohesive enough in their voting patterns to prefer particular candidates, and those candidates might be defeated by other voters who also vote cohesively? That's the kind of thing we're looking at, and as well as some issues, some items related to the totality of the circumstances related to history of discrimination, things of that sort. The third is that districts shall be geographically contiguous. The fourth priority, and this is obviously a very important one, and one we're going to be focused on quite a bit today, is the geographic integrity of any city and county, local neighborhood, or local community of interest shall be respected in a manner that minimizes their division to the extent possible without violating the requirements of any of the preceding subdivisions. So this is fourth. This comes after the necessity of equal population compliance with the Federal Voting Rights Act and contiguity. And it's really important to note that these cities, counties, city and counties, neighborhoods, and local communities of interest, there is no priority given by the Constitution among these things. And this is why your work is going to be so important. It really is going to require you all in your judgment as the commissioners here to balance all of these out. There is no set priority among these. This is going to be up to your judgment as you consider all of the facts and data and evidence before you. Fifth is, to the extent practicable, where this does not conflict with the criteria above, districts shall be drawn to encourage geographical compactness. Compactness comes after the previous four in terms of a priority. And then last is the nesting attempt, which is to the extent practicable where this does not conflict with the criteria above. Each Senate district shall be comprised of 2 whole, complete, and adjacent assembly districts, and each Board of Equalization district shall be comprised of 10 whole, complete, and adjacent Senate districts. Whether this is possible or not, given that the priority of the other 5 factors is something that we'll be looking at as we look at the data and the input. I will say, let me just stop sharing my screen really quickly. I will say very briefly, one of the things, just because there's a priority list like this doesn't mean you start with number 1, complete that, and then go to number 2, complete that, and then go to number 3. That's not how this works. It can't possibly work this way. Your job is hard, and we're going to try to help you as much as we possibly can because you're going to be constantly balancing all of these factors. So as we're looking through some of these visualizations, what you'll be doing is having to juggle all 6 of these balls in various ways. And even within, for instance, the 4th criteria, there might be areas where cities, counties, communities of interest, there might be tension among them. And you may need to make some judgments with regard to that, where the Constitution doesn't tell you, for instance, that a county takes precedence over a city, takes precedence over a community interest. I want to be clear, that is not what the Constitution says. It allows you to consider how all of those things interact, particularly when you're also considering the 3 factors above that, that factor 4, and then also compactness, which is immediately below it, but is below it in terms of consideration. So I think the main thing I'd want you to take away, because I know you know these criteria very well, is don't force yourselves into a box too early. Allow the flexibility that the criteria give you to consider a variety of visualizations, and you're going to get a variety of input. I know you're already really familiar with the community of interest input you've had. We're going to be getting very, very shortly some of the actual population data, which is also going to enter into the considerations. So take some of the pressure off to allow yourselves to really consider all of this data, and then also allow yourselves to balance out the various criteria as they are. We'll get into a lot more specifics about the Voting Rights Act factor, particularly on a lot of these issues, and how that interrelates with communities of interest and also population issues. But this is going to be an iterative process. Don't put too much pressure on yourself to get it right the first time. With that, I think I'm ready to hand it over to Jamie if you're ready to start actually looking at some input and data and maps, correct?
It looks like before we do that, it looks like there's a Commissioner Sinai at a minimum has a question, or if there's any other questions or comments from commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Sedwani. And yes, of course, I've got a question. Is this the opportunity also to just highlight areas that we heard could potentially be VRA, analyzed, however the right wording is about VRA? Because there were times that we got, communities called to us, or they might have not known the wording, but they were basically talking about VRA criteria. So is this one we should just highlight that piece as well?
I think we're going to get into, Karin and Jamie, feel free to chime in here. I think we're going to get into looking at specific areas of California and where those and where we've had input also that might relate to that issue, Commissioner Sine. I think we'll do that first, and then that'll enable you to specifically point out areas that you're familiar with or you might need some advice on with regard to the Voting Rights Act criteria in particular. I also want to be just to let you know kind of where we are at the Voting Rights Act data and criteria. We have citizen voting age population, which is incredibly important for Voting Rights Act criteria. It largely governs what is called the first jingles precondition, which is a particular distinct minority group large enough and geographically compact enough to form a majority in a district. We have a pretty good sense of some of that. We're going to see some data that relates to that. Not necessarily to say this definitely complies with jingles precondition 1, or it definitely doesn't, but there are going to be areas that certainly we're going to want to pay attention to, and we can start flagging as potential areas. And then the second two relate to preconditions in the Thornburg versus Jingles case relate to racially polarized voting. Does the racial minority vote cohesively? Do others vote cohesively in opposition to the candidates of preference of the racial minority? And we're even going to have some very, very preliminary kind of indications of how we'll look at that, but not any conclusions, if that makes sense. Megan, is that just nod if I hopefully, again, didn't write any checks with my mouth that you can't cash. So that I think that's how we're going to start going through it, and it would be extremely helpful to get direction from you all as to particular areas that you have received input or have thoughts about with regard to the Voting Rights Act, but also any of the other criteria. That's really the whole purpose of this. So feel free to bring that up. But I think the point to do it is when we're starting to look at maps that might touch on those areas. Is that most helpful to you, Karin and Jamie? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Great. I think that was a really helpful response. Any other final questions before we get started? All right. So I believe before Jamie and Karin that you jump in, I think Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Ahmad were going to share a little bit about some of the testimony that they have received and reviewed from Los Angeles.
I think we were going. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Sedwani.
No, go ahead, please.
I know there've been a few little different agendas floating around, so I apologize. I think what we were hoping to do is to have Jamie put up actually, which lends itself perfectly to Commissioner Sinai's question, to have Jamie put up a map with citizen voting age population for the region, and then David can provide some feedback and some detail about that. So this is all about getting us all onto the same level of communication, and then Megan can talk about the work that she has been able to do so far, and then that would pretty much conclude our quote unquote little training phase this morning, and then we can talk about the actual input and so forth. So if that's all right.
Absolutely. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So,
yeah,
so
that,
maybe
that was, yeah, I think that is the plan for this morning. So thank you very much, Karin.
Yeah, and the whole point of this portion, I think, is just to provide some framing for how we're going to be discussing this, and not to lock you into anything, but to kind of hopefully provide some direction so we can approach this in an organized way that hopefully works for all of you. Jamie, if you want, I think you could probably start sharing. What you're going to see is, I think we're going to just for purposes of framing and discussion, we're going to zoom in on some areas that get to show you kind of how this might be approached, and then allow you to kind of direct us. So first of all, what you're looking at, as you can probably tell, this is a very nicely labeled map. This is, and Jamie, correct me if I get any of this wrong, I hope. This is primarily a map of Los Angeles County and some of the surrounding counties, and the shaded areas and boundaries are of local cities within each of these counties. Just to give you an idea, There's so many possible ways to overlay data on these maps. We're trying to give you some clean maps just to start with. And then as we zoom in, we'll probably get more granular with the data. You'll be able to see a little bit more. But of course, once we get to the actual line drawing, again, Karen, Jamie, correct me if I'm wrong, we're gonna be able to be responsive. The line drawers will be able to be responsive to you with regard to the mapping. And if you have specific questions, these are just some ways of looking at the maps right now. Jamie, did you have anything else you wanted to add about this map?
No, nothing else to add about this map, and thank you, David. So again, the dark red lines that I'm sort of showing with the hand are the county boundaries. The smaller areas that are shaded in different colors are cities in Los Angeles County, and then the empty looking places are unincorporated areas. Some of these little layers where there might be green, etc., are what's called landmark areas, and they might be like a specific delineation of a desert or forest or an open space, etc. And I'm going to go through and show. I can start with this view and just sort of show county-wide the visualization, or I should say a way to visualize the citizen voting age population data on the census block level. And then we can zoom into perhaps more concentrated areas based on the populations that we're looking at. And I can sort of show like, okay, if it's just sort of show the differences between how it's shaded and what that means in terms of the data itself. And throughout this process, we'll be using the same color scheme for the different populations. So that'll be true, like whether I'm showing it, whether Kennedy is showing it, anybody on our team, it will always be the same. It'll always be the same data represented with the same color scheme, just to avoid any confusion. And also a quick note before I turn them on is that through this program, our mapping software, we can show one population group at a time. Unfortunately, we can't show, here's the red one, which is Latino, and here's the blue one, which is Asian, at the same time. So just noting that we can show one at a time, and not multiples at a time with the same in the same layer. So I see a question from Commissioner Sinai.
Sorry, I was curious, how are we looking at mixed race? And I know with the new census, we can actually go more into detail and know what the mixed race is. Is it Black and other? Is it Latino and other? How are we taking that into account when we're looking at VRA and the voters?
I will let David answer that question.
Okay. So first of all, I want to say a couple of things. You'll hear a lot of times we'll use the term CVAP. I think I described it once before. CVAP means citizen voting age population. That number comes from a 5-year average of estimates ending, I think in 2019 was the most recent. Is that right? Okay. So, and that goes down to the block level, which is the smallest level of census geography. So it gives you really robust, granular level data on people, on the demographics of citizens who are 18 and over, if that makes sense. So we will get race data, Black, white, Asian. We will also get Hispanic or not Hispanic, which is ethnic data. And we can use that data to determine, that'll come in particularly handy on the Voting Rights Act analysis, but also could be relevant to things like communities of interest. So I wanted to say that. Now, since 2000, the census has allowed people to indicate multiple races on their census form. So someone can indicate that they were both Black and Asian, for instance. And the way the Justice Department guidance indicates that data should be used is that they are, if someone is marked down as a minority group and white, if they have self-selected as, for instance, let's say Black and white, they are counted once as a member of the minority group only. Again, I'm hoping Karin and Jamie will check me if I get any of this stuff wrong. If someone marks themselves down as multiple minority groups, perhaps for instance, Black and Asian, they would be marked down under both. They would be considered both Black and Asian for purposes of this. So if we looked at Asian data, they would be reflected. If we were looking at Black data, they would also be reflected. And then finally, since Hispanic is a totally separate category, that's either Hispanic or non-Hispanic. So someone could be even multiple races and Hispanic. And so someone could be Black, Asian, and Hispanic, and in which case they would be marked down as each of those things for purposes of the census estimates. And does anyone have any correction or anything to add to that? Do I have that right? I believe I do. Okay. So does that answer the question?
Yes, in case you can't see my nod. Sorry.
Oh, okay, I couldn't see your nod.
I just realized that the screen is small. So yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, and I'll also add, in the past, the percentages of people who had multiple race answers has not been particularly large. I've seen indication this is probably the largest group of multiple race respondents that we've ever seen. It's something we should be attentive to. It's one of I'll just say, as someone who's litigated these cases in the past, where people might self-identify in the census as more than one race. They often have an identity that predominates, but we of course don't have that data. That's what we're going to have to rely upon the census data for that. So, but that's how the Justice Department looks at it. That's how we advise that you look at it as well, because that's how the census will also, the data is going to be available.
That's great. Thank you so much. I know that's been a question that's arisen in the past as well. I think, Jamie, should we head back?
So with that, I am going to turn on the census block layer. These are the 2020 census blocks. And the color fill that's on here right now represents Latino citizen voting age population. I'm going to turn off the city layer so that we can just get a better idea, because there's, even just with these two layers, there's a lot of data on the map right now. So turning off these layers, this is what the citizen voting age population distribution looks like in Los Angeles County. I'm gonna turn back on the city and county layer and then zoom into one area so we can better understand the difference between what the different colored fill means on the census blocks. So one moment, please. And I will turn off the neighborhood council layer. I'm going to turn back on the city layer. So this is the city, the boundaries of the city of Los Angeles. This is Florence, says Florence Graham on the map. Lots of members of the public have referred to this as Florence Firestone. Here where I guess it's a magnifying glass, not a hand right now, is waving is Inglewood, Southgate, Huntington Park, Vernon, City of East Los Angeles. And I'm gonna, again, turn off the city layer so we can really see the difference between the color fill and on the census block layer. So the lightest color here is 0 to 30% Latino citizen voting age population. This might be zero population block, or it might be a block where there's just very, where the percent of citizen voting age population is between 0 and 30%. And then this sort of cream, buttercream yellow color here is, let's see, is 30 to 40% Latino citizen voting age population. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. You can see how itty bitty these census blocks are. The lightest orange color, just right here, This represents 40 to 50% Latino citizen voting age population. The darker orange color is 50 to 80% Latino citizen voting age population. And the darkest red color is 80 to 100% Latino citizen voting age population. So you can see here, we have the citizen voting age population broken down to the census block level, and we can get that granular level of detail on each and every census block throughout the state of California. I'm going to turn off the census.
Can I chime in for just a real quick and keep it on this map? So I want to mention real quick, because I think we've talked about this before. So these are percentages of Latino population, but block size, the number of people in each block is not standardized. It is all over the place. It goes from a very small, maybe a handful of people in areas that are not very populated to a couple of hundred people in a place where there's a lot of concentrated population. So all, for instance, of the darkest orange/red, that doesn't mean the same number of people or the same number of people who identify as Hispanic live in those blocks. Especially, this will come in once we're looking at less populated areas, particularly more on the eastern part of the state. You'll see that these blocks look very large because they're trying to get a few people, compared to some of these blocks in Los Angeles might be literally a block or smaller in the city. So that's something to keep in mind. I also want to address one point because I've gotten a couple of questions on it. People have asked me if people who classify themselves as multiple race are counted twice in effect. And I want to do my best to try to explain this. They're not actually counted twice. For population purposes, they're only counted as a single person. So for equal population, a person who identifies as Black and Asian, they will only be counted once for equal population purposes. But when we're considering, for instance, citizen voting age population for purposes of Voting Rights Act compliance, we might look at overall population. And if there's a significant percentage of people who identify as both Black and Asian, and that number of people, when added to the people as identified as Black alone, could comprise a district that would be a majority Black district, they would be counted as Black for that purpose, if that makes sense. They're not actually counted twice, but their identity as either Black or Asian or whatever multiple races they choose would be considered in the Voting Rights Act analysis for each race. And I hope that makes sense. I know it's not as straightforward as we'd like it to be. And this is a fairly recent, this has literally only been something we've needed to deal with for 20 years. So it's only been that during that 20 years that the census has allowed individuals to self-identify as multiple races.
Thank you for those clarifications. I am going to, again, turn off the block layer because there's so many blocks it will really slow down the map. I'll turn off the block layer, zoom back out to the full county view, and then display the agency map. So one moment, please, while I move the map. And I'm going to turn on the cities and towns one more time so that we can have a little bit more information about what we're looking at. When I turn the census block layer on, it's going to have Latino citizen voting age population, have to do some stuff in the background. Some boxes will probably pop up on this screen. So thank you all for your patience as I do that. All right, and I'm turning on the percent Asian citizen voting age population color fill. Oh, more boxes. Okay. So, and I'm gonna now the percent Asian citizen voting age population on the census block level is displayed on the map. I'm going to, again, turn off the city layer so we can get a better sense of where these populations are. And I will zoom into an area on the map so we can take a closer look at what the differences are in the color fill. One moment, please. Okay, I'm going to turn on the city layer one more time. This is around Pasadena, South Pasadena, Arcadia, San Marino, East San Gabriel, Alhambra, Temple City, and Rosemead. And one more time, I'm going to turn off the city layer so that we can really understand exactly what the different colors mean on the map. So one moment. And again, it kind of follows this, it follows the same percent breakdown. So the very lightest color is going to be 0 to 30%. The next lightest, which I think would be right here, it's a little, I'm not sure how easy it is for you to see on how the projection turned out over Zoom. My apologies for that. I can change the opacity on this to make it a little bit more clear if needed. Please let me know. That would be 30 to 40%. The next lightest color, which I'm going to zoom in a little closer, would be this one, is 40 to 50%. The next, or excuse me, the next darkest one would be this color. It's 50 to 80%, and the darkest is 80 to 100%. And again, this is percent Asian citizen voting age population. So I'll zoom out.
Yeah, I was just using it just a bit because I want to, like, not too much, just a little bit. So I just want to know, we're not talking about any conclusions or anything right now. This is all just very preliminary. But if you look at this, this is a really nice, actually, can you take the city layers off again? Thank you. This is a really nice area that we would want to look at more closely, right? We don't know what the total population is in this area. That's not overlaid here. But what we have is clearly Asian citizens who are concentrated within an area. We know this is also, I think many of you know this area. This area is there's concentrated population generally. This is a city area. So so this is an area we'd want to look really closely at and say, you know, what is the overall population of the area generally? What is the overall population of this community? And then this would be an area we have not done this yet, and we're going to be able to do this if we decide that this is an area that likely might satisfy the first shingles precondition. And by the way, I also want to be clear. I'm not saying that yet. We don't know for sure. But if it does, then we'd want to look at voting patterns and see if the second and third jingles preconditions are met. But this one's a particularly nice area to visualize, and I'm glad Jamie showed it to you because it's just so easy to see where the concentration of population is, and in the surrounding areas how it peters out in the surrounding areas where you don't have concentrations of the Asian population in the surrounding area.
Mr. Becker, I'm seeing a number of hands raised with questions. Are you comfortable to take those at this time?
Sure. Sure, that's why I'm here.
Let's start with Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you. Just a quick question about the data being presented between the Asian population and then the first map with the Latino population. Did I hear it correctly that the scales are different? So the first, for the Latino population, it was the lightest color on the map was 0 to 20%, and then for the Asians, 0 to 18%? Or did I mishear something?
So for all of them, the lightest color will be 0 to 30%. And
got it. Thank you.
Yeah, and so the breakdown, just one more time, is 0 to 30%, 30 to 40%, 40 to 50%, 50 to 80%, and then 80 to 100%. And I'm happy to repeat that again as many times as is helpful.
Thank you. That clarified it.
Commissioner Turner?
Yes, thank you. I'm just wondering, curious, are you able to display for any of the various categories? Are you able to display if we wanted to see Asian citizens 40% and below? Could you just show that on the map as opposed to all of the categories? Is that an option if we wanted to just see?
Yes, absolutely. I can customize the breakdown to show. Yeah, the answer is yes, and that's something I would definitely need a little bit of time to be able to ask the software to do, and it's certainly possible. Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner Sinai.
Just sorry for all the questions, but where are Middle Eastern communities coming up? Because we brought it, I don't have, do we now have enough information so that they have their own color blocks? And then second, if we wanted to see the nuances among the Asian communities, because not all saying Asian is just so broad. So if we wanted to see just the Southeast Asians or the Chinese community, is that possible, or are we supposed to be looking at all of this as one block?
I'm happy to answer that, Jamie, if that's, yeah. So the citizen voting age population comes from the American Community Survey, and it's rather limited in what it allows us to do. We will send out, we can send out the variables that are part of the citizen voting age population, but just as a shortcut, there was a lot of discussion over the last 10 years at census about the Middle Eastern category that you're talking about, and they decided not to actually offer that as an option. So hopefully that will be available next time. And you know, there's a whole story behind that. And if I know you've talked about having Dita back, she can probably talk about that because she was actually on that advisory board that made that decision. And I think they did recommend it for inclusion, but were turned down by the Census Bureau. So we'll send out the variables that are available, but in a short answer, the subgroups are not available as part of the citizen voting age population. So we have to bring those in separately. And of course, that's also why you've been constructing an additional data set, even though, you know, not everybody may be thinking of it as an additional data set, which is you've been talking to the state of California. So we're filling in these blanks and these gaps, and we're relying on everybody to help us with that, because the census and the American Community Survey are really limited in some respects. So thank you for that question, Commissioner Sinai.
Yeah, Commissioner Sinai, just to add really quickly, also for Voting Rights Act issues, it's really good that you're considering that, because this goes directly towards cohesion of a minority group, and it's quite right that particularly within Asian communities, we shouldn't make assumptions about all Asian communities being monolithic and choosing the same candidates and preferring the same candidates. That might be true in a lot of cases. It might also not be true in other cases. And so we will look at in addition to the census data, we'll be looking at the voting patterns in these communities to see if we see the kinds of levels of cohesion across Asian populations, regardless of the subdivisions.
Great, and I think I know someone who might have some data on that. Commissioner Yee.
Thank you. I have a VRA question. So for Jingles 1 and 2, you know, you're looking at a minority population, and let's say you're looking for an assembly, a potential VRA assembly district, and you know, you have an actual number in mind for what constitutes a majority, you know, 50, maybe 50, 55% of a district size population, compact population. So that's a pretty clear target. For Jingles 3, what's the geography for the majority, you know, opposing, or, you know, since that would not be the majority of an actual VRA district if as drawn, right?
Yeah, this is a really good question. It gets into the mechanism of how we look at these things. So for establishing what Justin calls liability, what Justin Levitt calls liability under Section 2, the Jingles preconditions govern, and that really says, do you have sufficient citizen voting age population to form majority in a district? So for instance, we're looking at this area right now, and we're talking about the assembly, and the assembly districts are going to be, if memory serves, somewhere between 450 and 500,000 people each. Do we have citizen voting age population to be roughly half of that, or a little more? And we'll have to answer that question. And then when we're looking at the second and third Jingles preconditions, that is data that we're looking at retrospectively, because we only have data from past elections, of course. And so retrospectively, that data is going to be limited to the political geography that existed at the time. We're going to show you this in a second, but so for instance, if we're drawing an assembly district, we might want to look at the assembly districts in this area, and we're only going to have data from those districts in this area. And we're going to get down to the precinct level and identify precincts that have population, that have different populations, and precincts that, for instance, are heavily Asian might perform differently in this area than precincts that are heavily white. And so we're going to look at that, and it's really going to be limited to the pre-existing political geography. But then that's the liability phase. Then we get to the point where we're what Justin Levitt calls the remedy phase, which is what kind of district are we drawing? And then we're no longer limited to this artificial 50% number. It might be that 40% is sufficient to draw a district. It might even be that over 40% might be considered packing, because we're actually limiting minority voting influence in some ways. So that's when you're no longer limited to the existing lines. You can draw the lines as the data suggests. So if it turns out that as we look at the racially polarized voting patterns, that there is racially polarized voting, that Asians, for instance, in this area, just as an example, are cohesive, that non-Asians tend to vote against the Asian candidate of choice, but there's enough crossover voting amongst those non-Asians that the Asian candidate of choice can generally get 10 to 15% of the non-Asian vote. It may be that roughly 40% of a district would be sufficient to enable them to elect the candidates of their preference. So those are very fact-intensive inquiries that we're going to, once we get more data, we're going to be able to help advise you on. And I hope that answers your question, Commissioner Yee, because I think it does get tricky, because we're talking about using census geography for both total population and CVAP that come from different census reports. We then talk about using election data that uses existing political geography. In other words, what assembly districts were drawn here, and how did those elections play out? And then ultimately, when you're drawing the districts, that will just advise you on how to draw the lines, and you have a lot more flexibility on how to draw the lines at that point based on what you're seeing from the existing data.
Thank you.
To remove the color fill on this, zoom out to county-wide view, and then display the percent Black citizen voting age population. One moment, please. And again, adding the city layer. Okay, so now the percent Black citizen voting age population color fill is on the census block layer. going to turn off the city and town layer so that we can get a sense of sort of a county-wide distribution. And I'm going to zoom in again to an area so we can get a better sense of what the breakdown is, what the different percent Black citizen voting age population breakdowns look like on the census block. Okay. So again, the lightest color is 0 to 30%. Oh, and I'm going to actually really quick, I apologize. I'm going to turn on the city and town layer so we can see where we're looking at, and then again, show the different breakdowns. So this here is City of Los Angeles. This is the 10 freeway, and where I'm running the magnifying glass now is the 110. City of Los Angeles, this is View Park, and I'll move the map down a little bit just to give us a little bit more reference. Here is the northern part of Inglewood. I'm going to take the city and town layer off one more time. So the very lightest color is 0 to 30% Black citizen voting age population. And then the next lightest green, or next darkest green, please excuse me, is, let me see if I can. So probably really hard to see. I'm waving the hand right here, right here. I'm not sure how well that's coming through on Zoom. And again, I can change the opacity if it's very difficult to see. That would be 30 to 40% Black citizen voting age population. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. The middle most green color is 40 to 50% Black citizen voting age population. Second to darkest green is 50 to 80% Black citizen voting age population, and the darkest green color is 80 to 100% Black citizen voting age population. And I'm going to turn on the city layer one more time so we can get another look at that. So this is a citizen, again, sort of an overview of the level of detail that we can get into with the citizen voting age population on the block level. And we can display that throughout the state of California.
Jamie, it looks like Commissioner Turner has a question.
I do, thank you. And thank you, Jamie. I love seeing this. This is exciting. I wanted to just name though, for all of the different categories, that 30 to 40% is difficult to see on Zoom.
Yeah, thank you for that feedback. And we can adjust the opacity to make it more clear. Additionally, if there is feedback on what you would like to be represented in the different fills, what the percent breakdown would be, we can absolutely accommodate that and adjust the percentage breakdowns. I would request that there's one breakdown at 50% just for when we're mapping in the future. That would be fantastic for us.
So I think with that, I think this conversation goes back to maybe David, but then Megan, if that's possible.
Yeah, I think we were going to zoom in on, Jamie, are we ready to zoom in on the assembly district we discussed?
Yes, one moment, please. I'm gonna keep this color fill on. Again, it's the percent Black citizen voting age population, and I'm going to turn on the current assembly district lines.
And while you do that, Jamie, I just wanted to offer a little reminder that we do have a mandatory break at 11 a.m. We were looking at the current Assembly District 64. The Assembly District lines are the blue dotted lines. And what's included in this district is Carson. It follows, I believe that this, where I'm running the hand right now, is Vermont, Vermont Ave, but it's a little bit west of the 110. It includes Willowbrook, Compton, West Rancho Dominguez, City of Carson, a little bit of Long Beach right here. And I'll turn on the neighborhood council layer as well. Up north here is Watts area. There's Watts.
Okay, maybe just to clean it up, Jamie, could you turn off the city layer just for a second? Oh, that's, yeah, hopefully that's helpful for everyone. We can turn that back on anytime anyone wants to see. We were all talking about this. We thought this was a really good district to look at for illustration right now. This is one of the districts with the largest Black percentage under the current map. And you can see why. There's high concentrations of Black citizens in particularly the northern half of this district. Obviously this is an area where, you know, that we'd probably advise we take closer look at for Voting Rights Act considerations. Again, not reaching any conclusions yet, but with that in mind, one of the other things we wanted to do is illustrate for you just very preliminarily how we will be able to provide you some guidance on whether we're seeing racially polarized voting patterns consistent with the Jingles preconditions. And Megan, we're very lucky to have Megan Gall with us today as well. She's been working with us very closely since we brought her on board. And Megan, can you maybe just give a very, very brief indication of what we might be able to look at in a district like this?
Sure. So we have looked at some preliminary analyses, and again, what the RPV is getting at is Jingles 2 and 3, which is the minority group politically cohesive, and does the majority vote as a bloc that can defeat them? That is usually defeat them. Those are the two things that we're really thinking about. For this particular assembly district, 2020 had 2 Democrats on the ticket. One was Mike Gibson. He was the incumbent and he beat his challenger by about 20 points. Gibson is an African-American. He was originally elected to his seat in 2014. His 2020 contender was Fatima Iqbal Zubair. She is also a Democrat, actually the only Democrat that's run in this district in the last 10 years was Teresa Sanford in 16 and 18. So it's heavily Democratic candidates. Iqbal Zubair is an immigrant from United Arab Emirates. She did better in the general than in the primary. And I have done a preliminary look at this election. It looks so far like we do have some clear preferences among the African-American voters for candidate Gibson, who, like I said, was the incumbent. Latino voters also appeared to have a preference for Gibson, but they were not quite as cohesive as Black voters. And again, this is very preliminary and just sort of a quick look at what this district might be telling us. And as we move back in time in Assembly District 64, as I mentioned, we have one Republican candidate And then when we go back to 2014, 2012, it is a full slate of minority and Democratic candidates. So that is what we will be looking at for the RPV analyses for this particular assembly district.
Yeah, that's great. So that's just an indication. We'll be able to go into much more depth, obviously, as we get direction from you as to areas where we want to dive deeper into Voting Rights Act analysis. I'll also say one of the things, I think I've said this before, I just want to note, it isn't always the case that minority candidates are the preferred candidate of the minority voters who are selecting them. The Voting Rights Act focuses on the voters, not the candidates. So it is possible for someone who is not a member of a particular minority group to be a preferred candidate, but the election results will show us this. And I should also say that that's also not common. It is most common for minority voters to select candidates of the same minority group, but it's not exclusively so. So the election results that Megan reviews will give us an indication of that.
I see a question from Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Megan, is it part of what you're doing, or are you able to back out, as it were, the effects of incumbency? I mean, we have, as political scientists, we have a general sense of incumbency having a certain impact on races, and I'm thinking that, you know, for me to really see as much value as I'd like to see in the analysis, I'd really like to see some effort to remove the effect of incumbency from the equation. Thank you.
Incumbency is not something that we can remove from the effects of the EI and RPV analyses. I think it's a qualitative thing to think about. One of the things that we can also look at, if we have results that are not clear, we can go back to when the incumbent was first on the ticket. For Gibson, what did I say? It was 2016 or 14? And we can look at how he performed at that point. But the incumbent flag is a really critical flag to understanding RPV analyses. We can't pull it out quantitatively. We have to think about it qualitatively.
But we will be able to show you, as Megan said, that flag is going to be there, and there will be a set of elections that we'll be able to look at, again, at your direction and advise you about. And we'll give you some advice as to qualitatively which especially if the data is not extremely clear cut, which data might be more relevant than other data. Megan, is that fair to say?
That is fair to say, and I appreciate your point that every time we look at an election, you will know who the incumbent is. That will be on the table and known. And
party as well, especially with the top two primary. There'll be times when we're looking at winners coming out of a primary that belong to the same political party.
Commissioner Anderson, and then we do have a break in about 5 minutes.
Right. Thank you. Just a quick, actually, David or Megan, if you could kind of just maybe we've looked at Assembly District 64, and here's just a question. Assembly District like 54, I think it is, and 59. In those, it looks like, and several community of interest have been saying, keep our group together. And clearly between these two districts, it looks like a large area of the Black population has been divided into two different districts. Does that have to do with, there are many neat reasons for doing this, but is that also sometimes an aspect of the Voting Rights Act to make sure that it's not packing?
That absolutely could be that way. I want to first say that Megan and I are both blessed with complete ignorance as to why these lines were drawn at all. So I can't tell you why these lines were drawn. We don't have that information. But it could be that when you take this entire concentrated African American community that we can see going from District 54 southeast all the way through Assembly District 64, that is so sufficient, that there's so many people within that, and they're so cohesive, and they are relatively compact, as we can see, that to put them all in a single district would have resulted in a packing of that population and an unnecessary limitation and concentration of their political power. This is a really, again, I can't stress this enough, it's such a fact-intensive inquiry. We're going to really look closer at the total population data. We don't know, although this is a fairly tightly populated area, so I would presume that this represents a fairly large number of people. We don't have that data overlaid here yet, so we can't really assess that, but we'll be able to advise you on that, absolutely. And it could be that this is a population that if they were packed within one single district, it could potentially be a violation of the VRA. It's also possible that that if they were cracked unnecessarily so that they could not elect a candidate of their choice, that would be a violation of the VRA as well. We've talked before about packing and cracking. So finding that sweet spot where a population that satisfies the Jingles preconditions is placed into a district that gives them political power that complies with the Voting Rights Act, that's what we'll advise you on as we get more data.
Thank you.
Perfect. We are 3 minutes away from a break, so I think Commissioner Fornashar, do you think your question can fit in that time frame?
Yeah, I'll be brief. So you Mr. Becker, you just mentioned you don't have the reasons behind why these districts were drawn this way. We have that. If you want it, we can get it to you. If you don't want it, then we won't. Let us know. I just a comment for Jamie. I seem to recall, maybe I'm wrong, but in the past, when the team has been showing districts, the assembly districts have been kind of a purple color, and the Senate districts have been kind of blue. So I got a little confused when you showed the assembly districts in blue. So just a comment.
Yeah, for this map, these are the assembly districts, and for this map, I believe that I just copied over the same color theme. I'll verify, and I will absolutely make sure that everybody's using the same lines for the same district level.
Yeah, that's
so
all. I just want to ensure that it's consistent. That's all.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that feedback.
And I'll just add very quickly, Commissioner Fornashari, that we want to be as helpful and advise you with whatever you need to do your really important job. So if there are conditions that applied during the last round of redistricting that we think might still apply, whether they relate to community input or communities of interest or whatever, absolutely, I think we would be interested in having that information to be able to provide you with good advice on this. It could also be that some of the conditions that applied during the last round of redistricting don't apply anymore due to population shifts or something like that. And so obviously we're not relitigating the last round of redistricting. We're really just trying to help you draw the right districts for this round. So if there's some conditions that apply that we should be aware of, we absolutely it'd be helpful to have that information, probably as in this process right now as you're providing us with direction.
And so with that, I'm going to recommend that we take a pause here and take our 15-minute break and come back at 11:15 and pick up this conversation where we left off.
Well, welcome back, California. Thank you for joining us. At this point, we will continue on, and I'll turn it back over to Jamie.
Thank you so much. So at this point, I will summarize the COI input that was submitted through the COI tool from members of the public that we have previously that we had previously reviewed in a presentation for the commission. And then I will display the new COIs that have come in from the public since that last presentation. And the COIs that I'm going to be displaying are the COIs that have come in that are not the same as COIs that we reviewed last time. So again, as the commission, I'm sure you're aware, as you've been reviewing all of the input in Airtable, that there is a lot of overlap in some of the public input. So if there is overlap or identical testimony, et cetera, then I won't be reviewing those COIs. And with that, I'm just gonna jump right into the summary of what was presented last time. So one moment, please, while I move the map. So during our last COI review, and I'll turn on the neighborhood council lines here, we sort of started in Northeast LA, city of LA. And in this area, I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. In this general area, we heard a lot about residents who live here having shared social, political, and economic backgrounds, ties to the Chicano movement of the 60s and 70s, an importance of family values for residents who live here, an importance in multiculturalism, and also heard from people, again, who submitted COIs through the COI tool, that there are a lot of people who immigrated to Los Angeles from Central America, and that there are a lot of Spanish speakers in this area. And again, I'm not going to show the COIs that we showed last time on the map, just again, sort of give a summary of what we heard about last time. And then in this general area where I'm waving the hand, which is like Atwater area, Greater Hollywood, West Hollywood. We also heard that there were a lot of migrants in this area, that there was a mix of working and middle class communities in these areas. Again, an importance of multiculturalism and having a multicultural community. People who live in these areas submitted COIs around having access to a lot of murals and street art, that there are environmental concerns for people who submitted COIs in this area, that there's a blend of housing types, and that there are LGBTQ populations that live in this area. There's a majority of renters, and also that public transportation and being able to use public transportation was important for people who live in the Greater Hollywood, Franklin Village, Atwater Village area. Then we looked at some COIs that were coming in from the west side of the city of Los Angeles. And those COIs, those people who submitted those COIs provided narrative that maintaining access to community services was really important to them, that there were environmental concerns for people living on the west side, and that also ensuring support for houseless people who live on the west side was important to these communities as well. Then we looked in downtown LA and Skid Row area. And in this area, we heard testimony that there was an interest and a need for small business recovery as we are moving through the COVID-19 pandemic, that gentrification and access to affordable housing was a big issue, and that there are deep ties to Black history and to music and the arts. Again, this is a downtown Skid Row area. And in South Central LA, I'm gonna zoom out a little bit here. In South Central LA, city of Los Angeles, there were a number of COIs submitted in this area, and we overarching themes and COIs that we touched on during that presentation talked about issues with gentrification, access to resources such as food, healthcare, education opportunities. Some people who submitted COIs expressed concerns with public safety and affordable housing. A few submissions specifically mentioned reparations and Black home ownership programs, and also in general heard that there were multiple Black communities and Latino communities living in South Central LA, city of Los Angeles. And then we talked about some COIs that were submitted through the COI tool that are located in the coastal regions of Los Angeles and of Los Angeles County. And particularly, we heard that there were shared interests in recreation, in sharing the same transportation corridors, that there also were environmental concerns in these areas, that services for unhoused people was also really important for communities that we heard from in these areas, which again is sort of coastal Los Angeles County. Going to move down to South Bay. So here, sort of ranging from, Malibu, Santa Monica, El Segundo, Manhattan Beach, Redondo Beach, all the way down to Palos Verdes. We heard that there is a lot of shared access to education opportunities. The same medical systems were being used, same hospitals being used. The communities that live in these areas said that they use the same water and sewage system and have access to the same local news sources. In the Los Angeles Harbor area, which I'm circling with the hand now, the Los Angeles Harbor area, community members provided information that these areas are racially and ethnically diverse, and that many residents work in oil or shipping or the recycling industries. And there are some shared economic and environmental concerns for people who live in these areas. Sort of in the greater Long Beach area, we reviewed some testimony that had been submitted, that they're, again, a very diverse area, and people who submitted COIs through the COI tool specifically named that there were Cambodian, Latinx, Black, and LGBTQ communities living, in close proximity to each other, that there's a strong sense of unity in this area, and that people who live here have the same access to transportation systems and education systems and institutions. Now I'm going to move up to the gateway cities and sort of circling this general area with the hand now. So these are areas such as, Downey, Whittier, Norwalk, Cerritos, Artesia, etc. And again, I'm running my hand over the boundary of Los Angeles County. So in the gateway cities, people who submitted COIs through the COI tool talked about connection through transportation corridors and medical access, and workplaces having access again to the same education systems. Family, a lot of families here, and commitment to equity. And again, many communities living in close proximity to each other, many different racial and ethnic communities living in close proximity to each other. Then a little further north, getting to San Gabriel Valley area, sort of Roland Heights, Walnut, Hacienda Heights area that I'm circling with the hand right now. And this is all kind of, yeah, circling with the hand right now. People who submitted COI through the COI tool in this area talked about protecting open space, having communities where there are a lot of different languages spoken and specifically named Spanish and various different Asian languages. Members of the public discussed rapid growth and demographic flux in this area. Additionally, having shared transportation routes, sharing the same watershed, and education institutions, and some people who submitted COI through the COI tool noted that air pollution was an issue in this area, and again, that this area shares access to the same local news sources. We also looked at some COIs that were submitted through the COI tool that focus on the Inland Empire. And there were a couple different definitions of the Inland Empire geographically that we saw, and generally they tended to focus on Pomona, Montclair, Ontario, Rancho Cucamonga. Some of them went all the way out to Fontana or Rialto. Some included Chino and Chino Hills, but sort of this main corridor along the 10 was what the geography of that looked like. And people who submitted COIs from the Inland Empire talked about traffic and having long commute times, that there were large networks of senior care centers and care providers, that there needs to be more investment in infrastructure and in education in this area. People in the Inland Empire reported to be sharing utility agencies, and also mentioned that there's large Latinx communities in the Inland Empire and a growing Vietnamese community. Sort of moving a little bit west to East San Gabriel Valley. From these areas, we heard that a lot of Asian and Latinx communities living in close proximity to each other, and that there's a lot of families with young children, and a shared interest that they have is shared access to the same education systems. From people who live here, mostly focusing along the 210 corridor, which is where I am moving the hand right now. People who submitted COIs in this area that we looked at last week discussed these cities along 210 corridor being fire hazard areas. They described themselves as independent small towns with a commitment to preserving open space and a commitment to environmental conservation. And a number of people also noted that they recreate in the foothills of Angeles National Forest. Again, here's a 210 corridor. Okay, moving sort of into the Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena area. We reviewed some COI submissions, specifically around transportation corridors. Members of the public talked about working together to rebuild biodiversity in the foothills, and noted that they have the same fire dispatch system, that this area has a lot of economic and racial and ethnic diversity, and also that they share sort of an economic tie to the close proximity to downtown Los Angeles. And then moving to the San Fernando Valley. which generally speaking is this area here, large area. And I'm running the hand here. We've heard a lot about this in the input meetings about Mulholland Drive, and where I'm running the hand now represents Mulholland Drive. So we heard about a lot of smaller kois in the San Fernando Valley. And particularly in this area, sort of east of 405, we heard about working class neighborhoods, concerns around pollution from some industry that's located in San Fernando Valley, and concerns around public safety. We heard that there's many small businesses and support for small businesses. There's desire for more open spaces and more public transportation options. We also heard about Sikh communities in San Fernando Valley. And in West San Fernando Valley, we heard it was a little bit more middle class. People there were working for, again, support for houseless residents who live in this area, and also working together to mitigate fire risks. And then moving north to Santa Clarita. And again, here where I'm running the hand right now is the county boundary between Los Angeles County and Ventura County. And then this is the city of Santa Clarita. And Santa Clarita Valley, we'd had a couple different definitions of exactly where Santa Clarita Valley is. And in this general area, members of the public provided information that there's shared school systems, that the Santa Clarita Valley is a safe place to raise kids. They share an economic development strategy, and protecting open spaces is important to members of the public who submitted COIs through the COI tool. And also heard that Santa Clarita Valley and Simi Valley share a river basin. Some people submitted input that they wanted Santa Clarita and Antelope Valley to be together as their COI. And we noted that there was a love and enjoyment of the outdoors, and that they share a chaparral ecosystem and transportation corridors. Gonna zoom the map out a bit. We heard a couple different definitions of Antelope Valley, and again, running my hand along the Los Angeles County line. To the east, Los Angeles County is bordered by San Bernardino County. To the north, Kern County, and to the west, Ventura County. And we did review a couple different versions of what Antelope Valley is, depending on who submitted the COI. So some people kind of defined it as really concentrated around cities of Lancaster and Palmdale. Some people talked about it going up into Kern County. And in Antelope Valley, we heard that there was military, a lot of people were employed in the military and aerospace industries.
Excuse me, JB, could you possibly turn on the terrain as we're looking at a valley while you're saying this one? Thank you very much.
So okay, so we heard from Antelope Valley that there's a lot of military and aerospace employment, that there are large Native American populations and concern for tribal issues, that people who live in Antelope Valley share unique and challenging ecosystem, and heard about additionally like criminal justice reform in in Antelope Valley in general. And then finally, one moment, please. We heard about some kois in the high desert, which was described as sort of being the general area I'm running my hand, Antelope Valley, areas north of the Kern County, Los Angeles County line, and including Victor Valley. And people who submitted those kois said that there's a shared ecosystem and shared and specific climate or environmental concerns. And now I'm going to turn the terrain layer off and review the new kois. One moment. Okay. So now I'm going to review the new kois that were provided by members of the public through the koi tool. And again, these are kois that have been submitted since our last review session up until the 6th. That's what we have access to right now. And these again are just kois that are new. So not essentially duplicates or extremely similar in geography and in testimony to the kois that we reviewed during our last session. So one moment, please. We're going to kind of take them in the same order that we just did the review. So we're going to start in like northeastern city of Los Angeles, move to south central Los Angeles, back to the sort of coastal areas, and then through the eastern part of LA County up to Antelope Valley. Those are where the new kois are. And there are about 8 of them. So one moment, please. I'm going to zoom in to the area of our first koi. And here, oops. And here it is on the map. And the person who submitted this koi identified it as El Sereno. And it generally follows the 10 freeway, the 110 freeway and the boundary of the city of South Pasadena. And this person said that they are brought together by the same sense of history, community, working class values, creative energy, and food. And this definitely has a lot of overlap with what we saw in kois in the same area during our last review session. However, this is a new shape. We haven't seen this geography yet. And again, this is identified by the person who submitted it as El Sereno. And now moving into South Central LA, and the person who created and submitted this community of interest is named it South Central LA. So it's this big green area on the map, generally following the 10 to the north, near the 110 to the east, northern part of Inglewood. This right here is a 405 and includes all of View Park and is bordered by Ladera Heights. So the person who submitted this koi said that there are a lot of different groups of Black and Brown people living together in underserved South Central LA. And that was their comment. And moving on, one moment. Now moving to Westlake Village. And this again is the LA and Ventura County line. This koi was named Oak Forest Mobile Home Estates. It's a secure gated community in Westlake Village. There's a mixed demographic of affluent homeowners. This area, there's beautiful custom-built homes in this area, surrounded by great restaurants and retail shops. And the area is filled with beautiful hills and mountains and hiking trails. And the person who submitted this COI specifically said that they wish to be with a Ventura County-based district. Now I'm going to zoom out and move to the eastern side of Los Angeles County. One moment. There we go. So this COI, there are areas of this COI that are in Orange County, which includes Buena Park, Cypress, and La Palma, and then also area and La Habra, excuse me, and also areas in Los Angeles County, like Lakewood, Artesia, Cerritos, La Mirada, East Whittier, La Habra Heights, Whittier. And the person who submitted this COI said that this is a COI and that they share all of the issues that come with being a cohesive community and sharing a county border separated along a small river. They noted that it's mostly a mix of Asian and white communities, and again that it is a cohesive community, although it's part of two different counties. And now I'm going to move to northern Los Angeles County. One moment, please. And this next COI was specifically talking about Quartz Hill, which is right here. It's surrounded by Lancaster and by Palmdale. I'm going to turn on this COI. So this COI represents most of the city of Quartz Hill and then also some surrounding areas in Lancaster and in Palmdale. And the person who submitted this COI said that Quartz Hill has long been a rural community with many neighborhoods and dirt roads and big lots and horses and other livestock in the backyards of where people live. Over the last 10 years, it's become a little bit more suburban with a lot of new housing developments. And they also said that they wanted their community to be in a congressional district that's in Los Angeles County. I'm going to turn on the congressional district layer, which is the green dotted line right here. Quartz Hill is currently part of Congressional District 23, which I'm just going to zoom out a little bit, which the rest of sort of this Antelope Valley area is in Congressional District 25, and then the boundary sort of comes down and encompasses part of all of Quartz Hill and part of Lancaster. So they're saying they want Quartz Hill to all be in a district with Los Angeles County, and that this area is bound by festivals and parades that bring the community closer, and identify themselves as being part of the Antelope Valley, and that they most often go to Santa Clarita or Los Angeles for shopping, dining, and entertainment. So again, here's the Quartz Hill COI that I just spoke on. I'm going to turn off the congressional district layer and turn off the Quartz Hill COI. And then the next three COIs are similar in shape. They're about the Mojave River Valley or Mojave High Desert. And I'm just going to show them one at a time really quick. One moment, please. So here in green, Mojave High Desert, it's Antelope Valley, parts of Kern County, including Edwards Air Force Base, Rosamond, Mojave, California City, and then just like Barstow and Victor Valley area. And then I'm just going to show they're very, very similar. and shape. And this one, the Mojave River Valley, does not include the parts of Kern County, doesn't include any of Kern County. So just Antelope Valley and Victor Valley areas and other areas in the high desert in San Bernardino County. And the people who submitted these COIs said they were brought together by a desire to be away from big cities, but still have access to resources as required. Noted the unique and sometimes difficult climate and challenges that come with the specific climate. That they share similar socioeconomic makeup. Multiple people mentioned that's a great place to raise families, and there's multi-generational families living in the same area, wanting what's best for their kids and for their grandkids, and also an interest in preserving open space. So that is my summary of the new COIs that have come in through the COI tool from members of the public since our last COI review session. And with that, I am going to hand it back over to commissioners.
Great. Thank you very much, Jamie. I really appreciate this. I'm going to step in right now, and I'm going to come, as we're sort of, that we come back to an overview, because that's what I'm going to do a little bit. I'm going to overview just sort of the public input, what we've seen. It's also for commissioners and the public, and where you can find it, and then how we're proceeding. Basically, there are three different types of input or forms of input that we've been getting. The first is obviously public input COI meetings that you can go onto our website and see the videos of all of those under the meeting tab. You can look up each day and you can watch the entire video. That information, and then that information, however, is also then been added into what's called our public input database, which is under the data tab of our website. Then we've also been hearing from our line drawers what's been coming in through the COI tool, which is again on our website, or you can go to it directly. And they've been reviewing that information for us. Now, these have been presented to the public, but now they're also on our website from the COI tool that comes in directly and is on our data tab. It's on the public input database. The third part is all the information that's been coming in directly to our office, which consists of emails, letters, phone calls, also through our website. Now, that information is indeed also all on our website. The letters, emails, you can see on the tab that's called Public Input. There's also a Public Comment tab. Those are general things, such as the form, how the meetings are being run. Those aren't, say, directly map input. Those are other comments. And then they're being put into again, under the data tab, our public input database. If you'll notice, and if the public or commissioners go to the data tab, you will notice we've added a second, all the way to the right, there's an additional column for sorting this information by county. I think there's been a request for that, and it's actually been added. Also, as of today, the database is through August 31st, and that will be updated as we get to it. What we're going to do, and the commissioners are going to be doing here, is, although it's all on our data, all on the website, and it's all open for the public, we're actually going to do a quick overview and review of the information that's come in through the office. And what we call them, our zone liaisons, are going to be doing that for us. And so at this point, and that's how each of these areas are going to go. We're doing Los Angeles today. We're doing the coastal California and San Francisco Bay Area on Friday. We're doing North Inland, Central California, also the rest of the Southern California on Saturday. And these will start with review of what we've seen in the COI, what additional COI input has come in, and the liaisons will go through a quick summary just for everyone's understanding of the information that came in to the office. So at this point, I'm going to turn this over to Commissioners Ahmad and Taylor. I'm not sure if Commissioner Taylor was able to join us. He's switched jobs and doesn't have quite the flexibility this morning. But I'm going to hand this over to Commissioner Ahmad, and if Jamie might be able to hopefully kind of follow her a little bit as she gives us a quick summary of the information that's come in about about COIs, about Los Angeles County. Commissioner Ahmad.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. And my review is not as thorough as Jamie's review, so I'll just preface this next portion with that. But before I jump in, I do want to remind, first of all, myself and everyone else that is listening that we do not have the census data at this point. So what we're doing here is just reviewing the COIs that have come in. We are not determining any lines or making any determinations in that respect at this time. And then also that everyone should still review all of the COIs that are on the database themselves. Just hearing the summary from Jamie, which was very helpful. I have a few questions about certain areas, so that would require myself to go in and do that due diligence myself. And the COIs are being continuously updated in our database. When I checked this morning, final preparations for this conversation, there were 327 COIs that came into our office. And I just refreshed the page right now, and now there's 384. So these COIs are continuously being updated on the database, and it does require us as commissioners to be on top of that and continuously check for new updated COIs. And then the last thing I'll mention, which Mr. Becker did a very good overview of, is the VRA consideration. So as we talk through the COIs that came into our office, I'm not applying that lens to just the high-level summary at this time. That's why we have our guidance from our legal team to provide that when the time is appropriate to do so. So with that, I will just jump in to a high-level summary and then highlight some COIs that we've received through our office. So what does it mean when we have received them through the office? As Commissioner Anderson has highlighted, that would constitute letters, emails, phone calls, through the CRC website contact us page, or labeled as to be determined within the database. There's also that separate tab, the public input tab, that does house some COI information, and the idea is to bring that over into the database. But I'll just give a high-level overview of some of the COIs that I saw within that tab related to the general LA County area. So jumping in, most of the COIs that were submitted through our office are pretty straightforward. There are a variety of reasons that folks had listed out to support the inclusion and sometimes the exclusion of certain communities of interest that ranged from socioeconomic status, culture, education, safety, immigration, homelessness, housing cost, economic development, food insecurity, transportation, and VRA compliance, to name a few. Most used to define the parameters of their communities are geographically present, and they use the transportation systems such as freeways to identify where their communities lie. I saw, Commissioner Taylor and I saw in our review, Simi Valley is a point of concern for numerous communities. There is input to have Simi Valley both a part of and excluded from respective districts. So at a certain time, we will probably have a conversation about that. San Gabriel Valley is a desired district along the 210 corridor, so north of the 210 freeway from Altadena to Rancho Cucamonga. We heard that. We heard Boyle Heights wants to remain intact as an intact community with other similar communities. The greater Wilshire area would like to remain intact with the district boundaries further east, not splitting the area. And then let me jump into a breakdown. So now I'll break it down by type of submission. So emails, as of this morning, now these numbers are old since we have new updated numbers. There were 201 records returned that were identified as emails. And upon using the search term Los Angeles, I had 65 entries returned. These numbers are now updated, so please excuse the 4-hour delayed numbers. But we heard that Santa Clarita Valley would like to stay together as a region. They collaborate as a region on issues like transportation planning, homelessness, public safety, emergency preparedness and response, water quality and supply. They also had, this submission also had submitted a COI through the COI tool. And it was great to see that our team was able to connect that COI submission through the COI tool with the email that had come into the office. So that shows up as one line in our database. We also heard, again, the Keep the Greater Wilshire Community of Interest Together. They also submitted a COI that was connected. We heard Toluca Lake belongs in the same area as Studio City. This email was provided and it included 4 boundaries, and a COI was digitized and input into the database along with that email. Jumping over to letters, this morning when I confirmed the numbers, we returned 110 records that were labeled or tagged as letters. And with the search term Los Angeles, the return of 15 records was presented. We got letters from the city of Long Beach to keep Long Beach together. We also got a letter from the Long Beach Unified School District asking for the same, to keep the city together. And that letter also, interestingly, invited us to hold an in-person meeting in the Long Beach area when it is appropriate to do so. We also heard in a letter from the part of Sherman Oaks, which is a community organization that represents a population of about 6,900 residents. They want to be kept with Greater Sherman Oaks in CD Congressional District 30, as they are currently in Congressional District 29. They talked about the geographical proximity, similar landmarks, lack of similarity to areas north of Khalifa and Tiara, educational community. They talked about property values in that letter, and then also the Sherman Oaks Homeowners Association and what ties that community together. When reviewing the tag CRC website Contact Us, so that is the Contact Us tab through our website, there were 16 submissions as of this morning from that avenue to our office. And with the search term Los Angeles, I returned 1 submission within that category. This submission talked about keeping Olympic Park neighborhood in the same legislative district for state and congressional. And they submitted a geographical COI that is now connected to the entry in our public input database. As of this morning, in our public input database, there were no COI submissions that were tagged as to be determined or phone calls. And that is as of this morning. So right now it may look different. So those were the inputs received directly to our office. So anything outside of the community of interest tool and or our live public input meetings. Moving to the public input tab, upon reviewing the list of attachments that currently lives under the public input tab, there were quite a number of letters. I shouldn't use the word letters. There were quite a number of inputs on that page that talked about keeping Long Beach together. And we've heard that many times around. There was also a letter or a statement on the public input tab that talked about keeping downtown Los Angeles together. And this area is bound by the 10 freeway on the south and the 110 on the west and the 101 to the north and the LA River on the east. So this input talked about how this region is very diverse. They really wanted to keep downtown Los Angeles together and whole because of the unique challenges and opportunities, talking specifically about transit, homelessness, and economic diversity. So again, this is just a high-level overview of the inputs we've received directly to our office outside of the COI tool and or live public input meetings that we've held all summer. I encourage my fellow commissioners and the public to continue to review the public input database. As evidenced today, it is continuously updating, and we have a lot of homework to do before our final exam. Back to you, Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Mon. Well, now we sort of had our full overview of what we have, and the public should be well aware of, if they want to find any information, where to find it. And so at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Karin and Jamie to give us some ideas of how we're supposed to move forward.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Commissioner Ahmed, and thank you so much, Commissioner Anderson, for facilitating this particular piece of the presentation. We really appreciate it. And at this point, we are ready for you to give us some preliminary directions. Very exciting. I would like to get you started perhaps by giving a few examples, if you think that that might be helpful, about what you may want to ask us, what you may want to ask to see mapped. So for example, you may be contemplating, you just heard something about these areas, whether Simi Valley should be with Ventura, for example, or perhaps with Santa Clarita. And then you may wonder what the population would be for either scenario. So this might be a visualization or a set of visualizations that you could ask for. So you would just say, Jamie, please, we would like to see this particular visualization in October, because remember, we will have the census data available by then, so we can take a look at that, at the equal population criterion, and we can generally see what the population breakdown of these various scenarios might be. And also, I'd like to remind you that, of course, communities of interest and public input are not your only criteria. So the mapping team will always endeavor to keep the other criteria in mind, obviously. And then also we have Mr. Becker and the Stromwasser-Wucher team here today. And hopefully they can help us a little bit guide this conversation to get you started on giving some directions. So another suggestion or potential suggestion you may have and you may want to ask for is, if you heard from a number of cities that have told you that they'd really like to stay together in a particular district, then that might be another visualization you want to ask for. For example, something in the northern part of this region, you know, for example, the Antelope Valley. How does the population break out, and you know, what could be kept together and what could not be? And then you might also ask, well, mappers, if you do this visualization, can you tell us what the impact would be on the surrounding areas? Because as you've heard, there are communities of interest and there's input and other considerations surrounding these areas. So nothing really is mapped in isolation. So you may want to ask for that also. Just another really quick reminder, this is preliminary. So this is not, you know, we're not going to a draft map quite yet. This is a time to explore, give some general directions of things that, you know, you would like us to follow. You could tell us to follow some specific direction whenever possible if you have some strong preferences about something. And you could ask us to explore possibilities based on preferences that you may have. And then also, please feel free to ask for multiple options if you've heard conflicting testimony. Like, for example, in some areas, we have heard people define the same area in different ways. So perhaps there was a little area attached in one koi, but then somebody else came in and attached something on the other side of that koi and said, this is who we are. So you have a lot of options. And with that, I would like to turn it over to the commission and see if we could get started someplace. And please just tell Jamie in what area of Los Angeles you'd like to get started, or Jamie, if you have a suggestion of, then please also weigh in. Thank you so much.
I might just jump in here, and it's a start. Just for, I thought, if we start the north and kind of go south, it might be faster. And I'm just going to go ahead and say a couple of visualizations, sort of to give us an example, and then if we could have Chair Fornashari, raise, facilitate raising hands and moving forward on this. I believe we need several different scenarios with considering population of, do we keep Santa Clarita with the rest of the Lancaster Palmdale area? So that's sort of one area. Do we keep Simi Valley in? Can we? So that's sort of another, I think this is an area where we have conflicts. So I believe we need at least 2, possibly 3 visualizations in this area. Another one could possibly be considering the Lancaster Palmdale with portions of going up to the high desert. So that would be essentially, if you went up into Kern County with part of that one, that area going over into the Victorville area too. Just sort of, and then the other portion then going back west, if it's the Santa Clarita, and then this gets a bit more into the Ventura County, but with Simi Valley, because we heard a lot from Simi, is Admore Park, the rest of it. So that's an area, and I'd like to see population on that in terms of what we could do. Then going south, the San Fernando Valley, population-wise, how many assembly districts would it be broken into? Just because we've heard, let's keep the entire valley together. And clearly that's way too many people to be in one assembly district.
Pardon me, Commissioner Anderson, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could we just make sure that we're very clear on the direction? I should have said, and I apologize, I should have said that staff are trying to take notes of the direction that you are providing, and they're going to read that direction back to all of you later, so that we're very clear that we're understanding exactly what you would like us to map. And perhaps also, Jamie, I think if you hear something that's not completely clear, if we maybe could just pause, between visualizations, that's just to make sure that Jamie hears it correctly. And if she has a follow-up or clarifying question, if she could ask that. Thank you so much. And sorry to interrupt again.
No, this is why I went first, because we haven't done this before. And so I thought I would be the guinea pig. I just thought I'd lace things out, and I don't know how fast, how slow we want to do this.
Thank you. This is perfect.
Perfect. So Jamie, what should I have said, not said?
Thank you. I'm just going to zoom out on the map a little bit, and I do see that Commissioner Fornashari has hand up. And I think that those were good directions. They were quick, which, not a problem. I would maybe suggest, and we can always revisit different sort of general areas, but maybe a suggestion would be to look at one area for a while, hear ideas about visualizations, and then move on to a different area. And I guess one specific question that I had about the discussion around keeping Antelope Valley with areas in Kern County is that some people have talked about Tehachapi and that area being included, and some people have not. So just clarifying, like, exactly what you mean, I guess exactly what you mean by Antelope Valley, and then also what areas to include in visualizations.
Thank you. So perfect. So let's just look at the north first. And again, I just threw this out. We have heard everything from the Lancaster, Palmdale, with Tehachapi up into I can't remember the Air Force Base, that entire area up in there. So that is one. Similar, we've seen in the Palmdale area, do not have us with Kern County and have us with Santa Clarita. Then there's also the entire Lancaster, Palmdale with the Victorville area. And that being especially Hesperia up. And then depending on population, that is increased, that is added the area up into Kerndale and in Kern County as well. Then going west, just the Lancaster, Palmdale with Santa Clarita, add Simi Valley is one possibility. And then I'm going to stop there and ask for other people to jump in and say we'll do the north area and then move on from there.
Jamie, was that clear? I just want to make sure that that was clear for Jamie. And
I accidentally clicked video off instead of unmute, but yeah, I understand those directions and thank you for clarifying.
okay, and then also if Mr. Becker has any input on any of these areas which may be coming up, then he may also weigh in, just foreshadowing that.
Yeah, I don't have anything yet.
So I'll call on myself since I have my hand raised. So yeah, just to add a little more specificity, what I would like to see regarding this area is if you would start in the northeast corner of LA County and go down southwest, gathering, keeping Lancaster whole, Palmdale, all that area into Santa Clarita for a congressional district, and grab all those cities north. And what does that look like? Is that a full congressional district? Do we need a little more? Do we need less people? That just to give us an idea of how we're doing there. I think would provide a lot of clarity, or help provide clarity on the Simi Valley question for us, but specifically for a congressional district. That's my thought for this area. Any others? I like the raise the hand button, really worked out well.
That actually, Commissioner Fortier, I might just jump in. That's a really good point in terms of if you think I'd like this area for a congressional district versus I'd like this area for a state assembly district, that would be a really good point. And actually, so to go back to what I was saying, the Lancaster up into Kern County, that would possibly be a congressional district.
I just quickly advise one of the things to consider, again, and one of the reasons we used assembly districts as the illustrative tool here is because they're the smallest districts, they're the ones where there are most likely to be tensions between the criteria.
Great, thank you. So who's next?
I think Mr. Becker was still talking.
Mr. Becker, you muted yourself.
Yeah, I accidentally muted myself. I don't know how far I got. So we use the assembly districts because they're the ones where there's most likely to be tension between the districts. So because they're the smallest. So I might advise focusing a little more on the assembly districts, although advice and direction with regard to congressional and Senate are also useful. Jamie, you seem to maybe disagree, which is fine.
I think that we don't necessarily need to get down to levels of specificity around district types, and we could just come away with general direction of what you would like to see, and we can explore, questions around like population, et cetera, once we actually have the data, and then can prepare visualizations that would reflect again the population and what you wish to see together. So I think in general, just kind of giving general direction, and then we can make it so once we have the data.
So I just want to clarify who's facilitating right now. Is it me, or is it, or Jane, are you going to facilitate?
Whichever. I don't see any hands raised, so I was kind of leading. Commissioner Sadwani, do you?
You can facilitate, that's fine.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
One issue I might bring up, didn't see anyone's hands. In this area, and I don't have the COI just right off my head, but there were, and it's a group that said, I really don't want the Air Force Base in this area, but I want to include Lancaster, Palmdale, and then the areas, and I don't have the city names, up above in Kern County in one district. So that would be another possible visualization on that one. I see Jamie nodding her head. I think she understands the COI I'm talking about.
Yes, and I think this is, I'm so sorry. I think this is a good start for this particular area. We also don't want to overwhelm you with visualizations, obviously. And I think just to go back to that point about whether, general direction right now versus specific direction, I think in some cases you may want to give a little bit more what I call plan specific direction, i.e. you've heard a lot about people talking about a particular congressional district. So I think that's fine to map that right now as a visualization. But generally, I think you want to just keep things broad and then just see how the populations work out, because you may have to weigh later, okay, we would really like to keep these areas together, but that's just not going to be possible in one or the other plan, i.e. assembly. When I say plan, I mean assembly, Senate, congressional, or Board of Equalization. So keeping that conversation a little bit more broad, unless you have very specific ideas about something, I think that's all fine. So thank you very much for bringing all of these points up.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I think just to add to that conversation, I mean, what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, from Commissioner Fornashari and Commissioner Anderson, is seeing the trade-offs potentially between maintaining a district that includes Simi Valley, in other words, cutting into Ventura County, versus an option that would include the entirety of Lancaster and moving up. And I believe that, correct me if I'm wrong, or we can zoom in, Mojave, Rossmore, I believe, and then options with and without Edmonds Air Force Base. I think we've heard actually testimony on both sides of whether or not that should or should not be included. And so I think once we have that population data, I think we'll better have a sense of what's doable in those areas. But to me, it would be those two trade-offs between Simi Valley or moving further into Kern.
So I don't see anyone else hands. So we move then further south, tackling the San Fernando Valley. Oh, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, one other testimony that I did hear, and I guess I'd be curious as to where it would be included, because it's that big mass of white, which I believe is the, I think those are the Angeles Mountains or something like that. Yeah, I do recall hearing some testimony that also spoke about including those mountains with the Antelope Valley. And no one else really mentioned it. I guess the question would be, where does it get included? Does it get included with the Antelope Valley, or does it get included with the, I guess in this case, maybe the San Fernando Valley? And I don't know whether or not it makes sense. I know that there's probably some small pockets of people. It'd be interesting to see whether or not it makes a difference in terms of combining it with the Antelope Valley and Lancaster, along with, those that, versus the other way around where it gets attached to the San Fernando Valley. And along that kind of like those foothills that run along, I guess it's kind of goes from the San Fernando Valley all the way into like Pasadena and into the San Gabriel Mountains too. So, and then Commissioner Sadwani, when you were talking about combining the Antelope Valley, Lancaster, those with Edwards Air Force Base, I think, were your thoughts to go up as far as Ridgecrest, which has the Naval Air Station as well too? Because I think there were different thoughts about that. I remember some of the people from around that area did not want to be combined with LA County. They wanted to stay within Kern, but then we also heard from others that did speak about wanting to stay within like the Lancaster Palmdale area because of the aerospace corridor that they have, which is very much in terms of the military contracts and other things like that. So I was just curious as to how far north were you thinking in terms of one of the options?
Sure, may I respond real quick? To me, I think if at this stage, it would make sense just to maintain this smaller area, just at that southern portion of Kern County, until we have a better sense of population. I agree. I mean, I think we heard varying forms of testimony there, and as we move into thinking about the Central Valley on Friday or Saturday, I think we can address some of those other kinds of testimony as well. But for right now, my sense was these areas that are just, I'm moving my mouse on my end, but clearly you can't all see it. Just some of those key areas right at the tip of that southern portion. Yeah, that's exactly right, Jamie. Thanks.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Thanks. My sense as far as the Angeles National Forest and that big white area is, I certainly heard plenty from people saying attach that to the cities along the southern edge, particularly those north of the 210, all the way from at least Altadena to Claremont. So that is what I would prefer to see.
Commissioner Fortieri.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing as Commissioner Kennedy. That's a visualization I want to see is that, the foothill towns north of the 210 with the mountains included.
Yeah, and again, I believe the population through there will, and also just a terrain level, will really help us with that. But that, so there's another visualization. Anyone about the San Fernando Valley? I personally would really like to see a population number on it, because there's so many different areas in this, and I don't know, how many assembly districts is that? I'm guessing 4, at least. But I do know that they all pretty much said, cut it at Mulholland Drive. So, if we want to see how that would fit, and then there are many different groups in that had different breakdowns. Commissioner Sinai.
Can you zoom out just a little bit to the kind of towards the coast? Because one of the things that's interesting about this area is that they said cut it off of Mulholland, And then those who talked about coastal Los Angeles, usually South Bay usually ends way before Santa Monica, Marina Del Rey, but I think they've expanded it. But the reason I asked to pull out, was because of Malibu. No, where does Malibu kind of fall into a lot of this is just going to be a question we need to think through as we're thinking of the San Fernando Valley and such, because very few people, if anyone, mention Malibu. So I guess that might not be helpful for visualization, but I just wanted to put that out there, that was one thing that occurred to me while we were looking at this.
Thank you. Commissioner Sabani?
Yeah, I think we're popping around here a little bit, but with the mention of Malibu, I mean, as we get to thinking about Ventura and Central Coast, I'd be really curious to see Malibu, Topanga, Calabasas, Agora Hills, Westlake Village, Hidden Hills, that area, kind of what that would look like with portions of Ventura County, depending on where that goes. I mean, I think we heard a lot of testimony from Thousand Oaks, for example, to stay together, Simi Valley, Moore Park, that connection there. So I think we'll have a lot to unpack. And just in response to commissioners, and I could certainly see it going both ways, where Malibu could potentially stay with coastal Los Angeles, or possibly be grouped also with Ventura County.
Yeah, those are two visualizations that we could certainly have, because we did hear from Calabasas. Many people talked about along the 101 freeway and that area being part of Ventura and the Hidden Hills. And then Westlake, just again this morning, Commissioner Ahmad said they clearly wanted to be with Ventura. So I think that might be the Calabasas Hidden Hills area, because Bill Canyon, some of them said they wanted to be with LA and not with Ventura. So I think that area in there will be an interesting, when you put population on it, I think that will give us a bit more of a heads up for visualizations. I see Commissioner Sinai also. No, Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you. I've heard certainly the voices saying keep coastal communities together all the way from Santa Monica to Palos Verdes. In my experience, yes, they're all coastal communities, but to me, the airport is kind of a barrier right there in the middle, and people from Marina and Santa Monica are less likely to go down to Redondo and places like that. Whereas if you're in El Segundo, kind of that whole area from El Segundo to RPV and so forth, yeah, that to me seems like a very coherent area.
Can I interject here with a very quick general statement? I think one of the things I notice a lot of the comment right now is really related to communities of interest in particular, which is really important and good. That's excellent. It's one of the key directions that's needed. I do want to stress, obviously, a lot of this is going to be subject to the total population and Voting Rights Act considerations that we have. So these are all going to be subject. That is a lower criteria than those considerations. And I also want to make sure that you're aware of the fact that you will have to, that there's going to be a balance of some of these communities of interest considerations with the political geography considerations and other considerations that are in the factors. So obviously I know you're all aware, communities of interest can't predominate over all of the other factors. That's not anyone's intention, and they're absolutely appropriate to be considered in this way. I'm just trying to make sure as well, Karen and Jamie, you are getting direction you need to be able to balance out all of the factors that include the communities of interest, but also include several other things.
Thank you. Yeah, I think for us, oh, Jamie, you go first. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I think for us, and sort of as we move through Los Angeles County, if there are if there are questions, for example, it just came up like what to do with Malibu. I'm wondering if if the direction would be again, preliminary direction just for visualizations to follow COIs or input, if there's not necessarily specific direction about a specific city or a specific group of cities or a specific neighborhood, for example, if the general direction would be just follow the input that has been received by the commission so far. And this would just be in the absence of more specific input.
Commissioner Fernandez, is your question about that?
Is mine what? I'm sorry, Jane.
I'm sorry. Is yours about that? You know, the directions, or was that something different?
Well, I guess this is very different than I envisioned us doing the initial directions. I felt it was going to be more after the census data, and we look at the VRA and the racially polarized. It just seems kind of backwards to me how we're doing it, and maybe I just misunderstood from our prior meetings how we were going to do this. So I'm just I don't want to say I'm confused. I think my approach would be different than the approach we're going through. So I'm trying to sit back and understand the advantage of doing it this way instead of waiting until we have the census data.
Would you like me to
please
respond to that? Yeah. So thank you for that question, Commissioner Fernandez. This is an opportunity to sort out some of the things, that you have heard that has been submitted to you, and to kind of talk about what resonates for you and how you would like to explore that. Between now and the census data release, or rather between now and the visualization release, we will have access to the census data. So we will be taking the census data into consideration, putting all of these things together and exploring them along with the census data and looking at total population, along with the communities of interest as a first step, can be a little bit overwhelming. And so again, this is very preliminary, just to sketch out some visualizations to see what might even fit together. And also for you to perhaps start talking about how you might want to deal with general direction. The visualization will have total population in there. And then also we have VRA Council here. And I was actually hoping that before Mr. Becker hops off, we might be able to talk about some of the more central areas of Los Angeles to get some preliminary direction, with the benefit of having him weigh in on this, so that we can work some of these things out. As you know, Commissioner Fernandez, we don't know what our timeline yet is. It could be anything, and we have to get from here to a draft map, no matter when that draft map has to be out. So this is just the best flow. We had a constraint, obviously, because the census data came out late, and this is just the way that the process is unfolding. Otherwise, we would have had to wait, until probably late next week to start doing all of this. And so we're trying to just get something done so that you have something to look at, and then we can become more specific from there. And I hope that makes sense.
And to address what Karan just said, I have to be clear. I don't have a ton of advice to give right now because we don't have the population numbers. It's very hard to give exact advice. But as we saw from the maps that Jamie showed us earlier, there are areas of certainly Black population and Latino population, and also likely of Asian population that are whether it's that area that we looked at around Assembly Districts 54 and 64 for African American populations, whether it's much of East LA for Latino populations, or the San Gabriel Valley for Asian populations in the LA area. We're going to want to flag those areas. We're going to want to take a close look at the total population numbers once they're available to us. And I would suspect that all of them are going to be areas in which we're going to think there is a a possibility at minimum, if not a probability, that the first Jingles precondition is met. We'll want to then guide Megan and the RPV analysis, racially polarized voting analysis, to assess whether other Jingles preconditions are met. It will, because the Voting Rights Act compliance is the second ranked priority, that will likely inform some of the efforts, but it's also very good to get your thoughts on which communities of interest, to the degree that communities of interest and cities cities in particular, when we're talking about the LA area, when you're balancing those out, and to the degree you want to, that communities of interest might predominate over cities in your mind, or vice versa, or there's other geography that you think is really important here. In LA, obviously, things like freeways are very important. There's other geography that is important. So getting that kind of guidance can be helpful, and using this time is important. I think this is consistent with what Karan just said, because we don't have the final population data uploaded yet. So getting this kind of guidance before that will enable us to hit the ground running once that is all entirely uploaded.
I do see we're close to, we should probably be breaking here for our mandatory break. But given that we have Mr. Becker here with us, should we actually just turn on have the cities and then the voting rights, the racial voting rights areas, and just sort of address that right now? Or, and because then when we see the cities, then we can kind of go, right, there are communities of interest in that area. We put these groups together for consideration, because clearly I've been sort of not talking about that because I don't quite know what kind of Voting Rights Act information we need to give or don't give. But would that be helpful?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Jamie, do you want to, we've got about 7 or 8 minutes here before the break is supposed to happen, but if you want to turn off the cities and maybe go back to, why don't we start with maybe Latino CVAP?
1 moment, please.
And maybe zoom out.
Well, actually, I would like, if you could put that and add the cities, because then we could do a little bit of community of interest, over that.
Commissioners, if I may weigh in also, while Mr. Becker is still here, perhaps you might discuss with him whether it would be possible to just give some general direction about, if you feel comfortable with that, if there is a particular population concentration overall, because we're clearly not going to be able to go through everything today. This is a very large region that is very complicated. So if there is a particular density that might meet Jingles 1, and I will let Mr. Becker, of course, discuss that. If you could give general direction to us to perhaps keep certain things, try to keep certain things together in light of other testimony, that might be something you want to discuss with Mr. Becker.
Yeah, I'll make these. These are very general comments for me right now, and they're just pieces of advice, and I don't have the benefit of the actual total population figures to go with. But as I eyeball this map, and I'm glad you zoomed out, Jamie, one of the things I'm looking at is and I'm doing the same thing you were doing, Commissioner Sedwani. I'm pointing to my screen as if anyone can really see what the heck I'm doing. The northern part of the county, the extreme northern part, which is kind of that's Antelope Valley, basically, right? That edge of that southwestern portion of Antelope Valley. That's something I'd want to take a closer look at. And if memory serves, it also, some of the population bleeds into Kern County, which is, we see some pockets there that might also be joined. There's something to keep an eye on, particularly, we can see them right in that, just north of the border there. Exactly, thank you, Jamie. And then scrolling down, look, we know there are significant concentrations. This map is not a surprise to any of you who know LA. Throughout the kind of eastern LA portion, you can probably, yeah, we're seeing, this. I personally call this the heat map. You can see the significant concentrations. That is also that's just heavily concentrated population overall. So it's highly likely numbers are going to be sufficient there to satisfy Jingles 1. for perhaps multiple districts. And we're going to want to take a close look at that, look at the total population numbers, and then get good advice and analysis on the racially polarized voting to see if the second and third jingles preconditions are met. But there's obviously within Los Angeles County several areas of where Latino concentrations are large enough that we're going to want to take a much closer look. When we're looking at the African American population, and maybe you want to just go to that, Jamie, because that is that's a narrower geographical area that we're looking at. In the past, what we have seen, I think, Jamie, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't have the spreadsheet open, but I think the highest population district in the last map, the highest Black CVAP was in the high 30s, approaching 40% if memory is serving, and it was right in this area. Right, so you can see this from Culver City at the northwestern point down into Compton and Carson. Those are areas that we're going to want to take a much closer look at. We're going to want to look at the total populations, look at the racially polarized voting analysis to see if it's if the ability to elect exists. And I suspect that it probably does. We have a current African American candidate in that region. It appears that from very initial analysis that it might be a candidate of choice for the African American population there. So that's what we're going to be looking at in that area. And then if you want to call up the Asian population as well, Jamie, which I think you started with when we first began this meeting. That's great. Yeah. So looking in that area, the San Gabriel Valley, that's going to be the numbers appear like they might be sufficient enough to indicate that we want to look deeper. I mean, whether the second and third jingles preconditions are met, we can't tell you right now. Whether there's adequate cohesion amongst the minority group, I can't tell you. It does. The concentration of Asians here does appear, though, to be somewhere where there'll be a need to go deeper and see if we can satisfy the first jingles precondition. And I think given the concentration of population overall in that area, I think it is likely that the first jingles precondition will be met.
Thank you. We have a lot of questions here before you take off. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. Just wanted to go back to Commissioner Fernandez. Is kind of my thought a little bit different. I'm challenged a little bit to think about how to have you work towards kind of mapping that we'd like to see without the population numbers. And I know, and I appreciate, Karen, your explanation that helps. It still leaves the almost challenge there for me, because of course we want what's legal and in the order. And yes, we want to be able to satisfy all of the COIs. So then to say what I prefer without the numbers, I'm still not certain how to go about doing that. We have the COI testimony, we have the public input that's there. And what the differentiating factor for me would be based on what the numbers, what the population would actually tell us we can do, and everything else, I just feel like we would be sending you off to draw things that may not even be necessary. So I know we're trying to see what's best for this time period right now, but I'm thinking about it still differently, that we do need to know the population numbers in the VRA. And what's really been helpful for me is to continue to think about the districts, and Mr. Becker, how you're talking about, who the incumbent was, and this is the area, and this is, the heavily concentrated populations. That's presenting a clearer picture of what we will deal with, but to start asking for the potential drawing of areas, and I know it's all draft, I know it's all potential, but I'm not sure what we're going about in saying I would like to see, because I want to see what they've told us they want to see. And of course, that's hinged upon what the numbers are.
I think general, and others might have some thoughts on this. General direction right now is all I think the line draws really are looking for. So things like Yes, where we see large concentrations of minority populations, do your best not to split those. Or if you split them because they're sufficient to form majorities in 2 districts, those kinds of things, right? They might be large enough. I mean, right now, I think those are the kinds of directions, and Karin and Jamie might have some other. Getting that kind of thing on the record is really helpful for the line drawers to take their next step and advise you. Again, this is just the very first preliminary step. It's just trying to make best use of our time before the total population numbers come out and are available. Karin, Jamie, do you have other things to add there?
No, well, and before they even respond to that, yes. And I think Karin started out with that when she gave us that, whenever possible, do this, explore the possibility, even down to the window preference, say that we can figure out the best options. That all sounds really good and clear for me in her initial direction. And so, yeah, I got that part. Go ahead, Karin.
Yeah, Commissioner Turner, I hear you, and thank you for those questions. I think if you had in mind that you wanted to see, let's say, 5 or 6 different cities together, we can either do that offline and then we come back and we show you the population, or we can wait 2 weeks and then we can do it online and then it takes longer. So this basically is just a way of getting ahead and just doing some of these ideas that you would like to see anyway, and just doing those as soon as we have the data again, so we can hit the ground running and then we have something to look at. And some of these things are just not going to work out. You're completely right. But some of them, they may work out and they may look good to you, and then we can work off of them. Maybe all of it is going to be great. Maybe none of it is going to be great, but at least we will have looked at some options. And that is super important in this process.
Thank you.
And there'll be other opportunities to give more direction and much more specific direction. And, for instance, I don't think what the line drawers need right now is try to draw a line here. That's not where we are by any means. But we've got, LA is actually, the maps that Jamie produced of citizen voting age population, I think actually are incredibly helpful for visualizing where the Voting Rights Act considerations are likely to play a significant role. And just making clear that, look, if for Voting Rights Act purposes, and getting on the record, if for Voting Rights Act purposes, you have to split a community of interest or split a piece of political geography that you otherwise might like to keep, but for the Voting Rights Act, just to give that clear instruction, which is certainly consistent with the Constitution.
Yeah, and if I just may weigh in one more time really quickly to Commissioner Turner's point, this is really also about making sure that the commission will give the preliminary direction, because if you look at other processes, other line drawing processes, it's like, the line drawers come in and they're like, here's some options. We don't want to do that, obviously, because you need to tell us what you want to see. So even if it's preliminary, if it's, this broad stroke direction and exactly along the lines of the way you were just talking about it, for example, keep certain groups together if you can, take a look, take all of this into consideration, the kinds of points that Mr. Becker just made. This is all really important. It's coming from you. We don't want this to come from us. So, so if we could maybe get some of these things together and then we can just get started, we would really appreciate that.
Yeah, everyone, I hate to say this, and yes, we can go into a bit more of why we're doing it this way, but we're way past break. And unfortunately, I think we're going to lose Mr. Becker here. But as we say, looking at these, we have ideas where the districts will probably go. And without the numbers, we can't actually formalize anything. But it is the direction of, yes, we indeed do want you to have a look at these areas. That is the level of direction we're giving him right now. So I think we need to take a break, and then we'll come back with all our questions. Unless anyone has something they really want to put out there right now, in which case, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we're really hard on break here, guys. Mr. Becker will be back tomorrow, so we can circle back with him.
Actually, Friday. Tomorrow we're off.
Yeah, Friday. So we can circle back with him. So let's break at this point, and we'll be back. You can all fire me as chair if you want, but I set half-hour lunches so we can get this stuff done. So we'll be back at 1:20. Thank you and welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting today. I hope everyone had a nice lunch. At this point, I see we have a number of hands raised, and I'll turn it back to Commissioner Anderson to continue to facilitate the discussion.
Thank you very much, Chair. Before I start calling on everyone, I just want to say, in an ideal world, yes, we would have had, we'd be looking at the numbers already, and this would be, our directions would be much more obvious. Like we could easily say, oh, well, we can't do that. Unfortunately, we don't have that time, and we are still trying to get the idea that there is a possibility out there. Our draft maps might be due November 1st. So that is why we're kind of moving this forward in a manner which does seem a little odd. And what I'd kind of like us to do, I'm going to take all the questions, but I just want to is jump into with the layer of the different racial population groups on, voting age populations on, is look at our communities of interest in those areas. And the reason why is the line drawers and our VRA consultants, they are our consultants. We are supposed to be driving this process, the commission. And so while we've heard all these things, and other from the public, commission has not given these ideas a voice, which is what we are doing now. And it's as simple as we heard people say they would like to see this and this and this. Line drawers, let's go ahead and could you consider that in your visualizations? What we did not want to have is visualizations show up and the commission has never said anything. It's just on what the line drawers or the VRA consultants have considered from what they saw. And that's the purpose of this. And I believe if we direct ourselves more to the areas where we certainly know, because the Voting Rights Act is number 2. And those are areas where we actually have to say, yes, indeed, we want to follow the Voting Rights Act. We would like you to consider the areas where you're going to have the jingles preconditions. Because we haven't actually, as a commission, said that. So that's kind of the purpose of what we're doing. I mean, obviously, that's what we're all indicating, yes. And that's what our training has all been. But again, we've been taking direction in and in and in, and we haven't been then voicing it. So now is our time to voice it. And with that, I'm going to call on First Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I really, well, just really, I just wanted to, I think this is what I heard. I don't have a problem that we're, don't have all the numbers just yet. What I think I did hear is the suggestion that we look at some potential visualizations using, I think, some of the COI input or all of the COI input. Honestly, I would be curious to see what that would look like. Part of the reason why is I think it at least gives us a picture of, based on the inputs that we've gotten from those who have written and called and submitted testimony via the COI tool. It's a way to just see, just based on COI testimony, what the potential districts could look like, and then to refine districts based on the 6 criteria that we need to use, and in particular, the VRA and the population numbers. I also want to just, I guess, if I heard that correctly, I also, in affirming that, I think it'll also give those who are following along with us, for them to also see what that would all look like when all put together, and also to understand then some of the difficult choices that I think we're going to need to make as we move along on really directing and giving guidance as to what we want to see from a line drawing perspective. So I just wanted to just state that.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what the visualizations will indeed really show us in our face, show us. So, Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. I guess what's a little bit confusing is that we start off. It sounds like, and maybe I misunderstood. It sounds like we're now focusing on potential racial, ethnic, and other possible VRA communities of interest. But when we first started, the direction was more global in nature, and so it is a little bit confusing. And so is it that we're now focusing more on the VRA type communities as we go through this and giving direction around VRA? And I guess my other follow-up question to that is, couldn't we very simply give global direction? Because I almost think if we give too specific of directions about too specific of the little communities of the smaller communities, that it may that we might be able to get the same result if we just give a global direction around grouping VRA, Latino, African American, Asian, keeping those communities together and trying to provide visualizations on those rather than going through each one of them. So I'm just thinking maybe we may want to consider giving the global direction around the VRA type issues. So those are my two things. One is just clarification on whether we're now focusing on the VRA populations and VRA-like populations, because I would probably include the LGBT community. We've received quite a bit of feedback on that as well, and other communities that are language minority populations, and then whether global direction might be the type of feedback that is needed, or if it really truly is specific to communities and within a specific geographic area.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. I'm going to ask not Commissioner, Ms. Karen McDonald to jump in on that one, please.
Thank you so much for those points, Commissioner Toledo. I think that's exactly correct. There was some specific request, so there was some specific direction, which is fine, to perhaps get some visualizations about various communities of interest and input that you've received that may have been conflicting. So we will be able to map that as soon as we have the total population data, and then at least you have that point already covered. You know whether or not those specific areas can be kept together. We would really, really appreciate getting some general directions also. So perhaps in that area where we first started, the more voting rights direction was maybe not as pertinent as it may be in other areas of Los Angeles. It's just that that's where we started. So in general, if we could get some global direction about how to deal with population concentrations, and I believe that Mr. Larson from Stromwasser-Wucher is here, even though I don't see him right now in the way I have my screen set up. Perhaps they can also weigh in on this. That would be really important for us to hear, and very important direction. And then also perhaps some general direction about things like, do you, in absence of specific direction, would you like us to follow the public input that was received for a particular area, for example? Would you like us to take the other criteria into consideration as much as we have information about the other criteria? Particularly considering that we've mostly been talking about criterion 4, of course, right? So, and then come back to you with specific questions if we don't have specific direction about it. Like, for example, if we have a community of interest that splits a county boundary, could we just map that and then come back to you and say, here is the community of interest. If we were to map that, it would go across the county boundary. So what is more important? But at this point, if you have not weighed in on that yet, and given that you don't have the information about the way that none of us have the information about the way that the population is flowing because we just don't have the data yet. In absence of that, can you give us some general idea of how you would like us to deal with that? That would be super important, and I think we will be able to provide you more feedback and more visualizations that will help you then give more specific direction in October when we come back, if that made sense.
Yeah, I'll just piggyback on that. Although Karin, I think you said pretty much everything, but I think one thing that it helps to keep in mind the perspective of the line drawers here. So you have already given some specific requests based on the information you've received from the public, and that's extremely helpful. And they're going to go back and make visualizations specifically on those requests. But as you can probably tell from the time of day and the fact that we're doing the whole state in 3 days, we're just simply not going to get to every area in the LA area today or every area in the state during these sessions. And so the line drawers need not only specific direction, but also sort of what I think of as general principles, that when they're looking at an area for which they've not yet received any specific direction from you all, what are the general principles informing the visualizations they're going to put together? And that might apply to the whole state, something like when in doubt, always follow the COI data we've gotten, or when in doubt, always keep cities together. When in doubt, try and keep counties separate, whatever it is. But it could also be unique to an area. So, when we're in these heavily populated areas in eastern South LA, the main priority for the line drawers is to consider VRA compliance first and foremost. For example, to look for Section 2 where districts where the jingles first preconditions are met, and to provide visualizations only that are compliant with those considerations first, and then bring it back and you can consider the COI input you received secondarily after that. And Karin, does that summarize what would be most helpful for you all?
Yes, thank you so much, Dale. I really appreciate this. And you could also still give some more specific direction. Like, for example, we heard some feedback or some direction about what to do with Ventura, that you wanted to see some visualizations there. So aside from the general direction about, keep in mind that there are population concentrations, and when you are implementing the more specific direction that we're giving you, please just note these things and then bring them back to us and let us know. I think this would be super helpful.
Can I just ask a follow-up on that, on my question for the chair? So, because I've heard a lot of comments from the commission. I haven't, I would think that as we would, if, because we can only act as one. So are we going to be, and this is a question, are we going to be taking action on the direction? Meaning, are we going to, are we doing a statewide, a regional, and are we going to, once we have the direction, actually approving it as a commission? Or because at this point we're giving a lot of comments and feedback as individual commissioners, and so that's my question.
I mean, there's no need at this stage to say, here is the one visualization we want for this specific area. So one commissioner might request one visualization, another commissioner another, and the line drawers can come back with both visualizations for that area, and that would be discussed in the next phase. So you don't need a consensus right now. You're not drawing final boundaries right now. You're simply providing direction of the types of things you would like to see visualized for the commission to take a closer look at in the next stage, and for VRA Council to look more closely and see where there might be potential compliance related issues.
Yeah, I do need to jump in just a minute here. Originally, because several of these ideas are in what we were just talking about, are line drawing guidelines, or the general, hey, we want counties above, communities of interest, what if they cross over? We basically, due to our consultants timeframes, which we were trying to work everyone together, we were trying to get some specific information, well, not specific, but more direct information about LA County right now. And then we're going to go, so it's a little backwards in that it would have been nice to say, hey, we want to keep city lines together. We want to keep county lines together. As a commission, we actually haven't had that full discussion. And so that's why it's a little bit funny, but so, and that's why we're kind of looking at, yes, basically we do want to look at our Voting Rights Act areas. And it's not that we're switching from what we had just been doing, talking about, well, in terms of visualization, sure, let's see this and this and this. And at this point, it is different ideas. Like if I say one thing, you might go, great. And then, Commissioner Kennedy might say, yeah, I would like to see a visualization of only part of that and with another area. And that it helps the line drawers to come up with the different possibilities. As a commission, we'll actually go, oh, that makes more sense. But at this point, it's getting possibilities out there. And the only reason I sort of talked more about, let's move into, because of time frame, move into the areas, we sort of started up north in the county where the racial voting rights the act is equally important, but it isn't quite as predominant. And sort of move into areas a little bit more direction. Like I'm just going to give as an example, looking here, we have on Jamie's map, we have the Asian population and say the areas we've heard from Walnut and Diamond Bar, who said we'd like to be together. And we've also heard similarly, and that's clearly in an area where you'd want to consider the Jingles preconditions. But Walnut and Diamond Bar are together. Then we've heard several people say, I want Walnut, Diamond Bar, and Chino Hills, where other people have said, I want Diamond Bar, Walnut, and West Covina. So that is a kind of direction, depending on population and the Voting Rights Act, are those, we're kind of working on that just to give the line drawers a couple of overlays. You start with population, you do your VRA, but given one choice versus another, we'd like to have communities of interest considered. So that's just in some of those areas. So I was only moving us, I wasn't changing what we were doing. It's just, let's kind of focus a little bit more on these areas now as we have our Voting Rights Act consultants with us. So that was hopefully that cleared up that a little bit. Anyway, Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you. This does seem to be a bit confusing and not where I thought we were going. First of all, I mean, it sounded a few minutes ago like we were being asked to come out and state our feelings about the 6 preconditions and the order of them. I mean, we've sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution. They're in there, they're in a particular order. We don't have flexibility on that. Let's acknowledge that and move on. Second of all, the other day, my understanding was that we were being asked to, quote unquote, put our thinking caps on and come up with these general principles. And so, yeah, I've got my list of general principles or things kind of close to general principles sitting here beside me, waiting for the opportunity to share them. And we go right into, let's visualize before we even enunciate these general principles. So yeah, it's been a bit confusing. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Sinai.
I hear where everybody is, and I think I get, in a way, we're playing we're playing right now. It's kind of what would look good, based on everything you heard, without knowing the numbers. What are some of the things you want to see? And if we go back to the painting analogy, this is the broad. We got the sketches from the community. Now we're taking those sketches and trying to do broad paintbrushes before we go into the specific dark lines, right? And there's going to be different levels, and we're going to get to erase and paint over the whole thing and all that. But what I do think is difficult is and this is why I kept being very annoying. Okay, I'm going to quit saying I'm annoying. The reason I was being so is I believe that having the discussions that Commissioner Kennedy was discussing, and somewhat what Commissioner Toledo was saying, you know, we haven't said how do we want to play together, and that's what the playbook was about, you know, and we wanted to kind of put some guardrails up for ourselves. And right now, what you have given us, and maybe it's okay, but we haven't been told this, is, hey, we're just giving you a full empty paint, you know, empty piece of paper, and we're gonna a canvas. That's the word. You know, you've given us an empty canvas, and now you're allowing us to paint. Well, we kind of wanted to talk about how do we draw? Are we going to draw within the lines or outside the lines? Are we going to do it in blue or there were little pieces we wanted, and you've all have given us an empty canvas. And I think just being able to tell us, hey, we're giving you an empty canvas, and we want you to kind of throw up there, you know, what you've heard from the community, so that we can start, you know, putting the small pieces into a bigger pieces. And you still will, you know, let's not lose the fact that we are going to have those conversations about principles and playbooks and all that. And I think half of us are ready to jump in and throw things up on the canvas, and the other half of us is like, wait, but how are we going to play together? What are some of the rules? What are some of the parameters? And so that's what I'm hearing, is just kind of a confusion on the two ways. And I think that you all explained visualization really well in your document, and we kind of got it. But even last meeting, I said, well, wait, when are we talking about the playbooks? When are we talking about as Commissioner Kennedy said, the principles? How are we going to talk about how we're going to play together? And it feels like, I understand we have a lot of consultants and we have to work on their time, but I'm a consultant. You know, we need to figure out what process is going to work for us, the commissioners, and then they've got to figure out how it's going to work into their time, because this is a little messy right now.
Thank you for that summary, Commissioner Sinai. That was actually very, very accurate. And it really is. And remember, we've heard everyone say, be flexible, be flexible. And we don't want to be too specific in a playbook and lock ourselves in. We do need to have this ambiguity. But you're right, we want to have a little bit more, not quite as ambiguous. And so I'm going to go to Commissioner Yee.
Thank you. Just to check in on the playbook. So it's still being drafted, revised, discussed, and so forth. The thinking is that it would not actually come into play at this stage, but rather after this stage. So on the line drawing phases, after the preliminary direction, after the visualizations, and then the playbook comes into play as we begin the public plans. So we're not even planning to try to discuss and finalize the playbook until probably the end of this month. The meeting's the 28th and 29th. So that's the thinking. Now, of course, that's a bit awkward because some of the direction that we're seeking to give right now for visualizations overlaps with the kind of considerations that will be in the playbook, obviously. You know, but it's not committing ourselves to the kind of playbook rules that we hope to settle eventually, right? You know, it doesn't have to follow, you know, a visualization doesn't have to follow all those rules at this point. And we're just putting ideas up for discussion.
Thank you. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you so much, and for calling on me. I just I feel like I should say that I have been available to all of you 24 hours a day for the last, I don't know how many months. So I just wanted to make that clear. If anybody thinks that I or the Q2 team or anybody on this team has not been available, please let me know, because that is honestly news to me. And but going back to this specific topic here, I understand and I appreciate all of the feedback, and I understand that it may feel like we're putting the cart before the horse, but a lot of the playbook is just very specific about really giving specific directions. This is really very general, just to be able to get started, because some of these decisions we could either wait until we have a playbook and until we have the data, and then you give essentially the same general direction. You will have the population data already available, but then we have to still go through that process of mapping everything, because just because you have the total population data available doesn't necessarily mean that these maps or these visualizations are magically appearing. Somebody still has to sit down, has to map it. It takes some time to put this together so that you can then take a look at it and you can decide whether or not this makes sense. You have received some conflicting directions or instruction feedback. Some feedback in areas where people are just not in agreement. I think it is worthwhile to perhaps explore that again, so that as soon as we get the data, we can show you exactly what you want to see, which is whether or not this actually works out in terms of some of the other criteria. So this is really just to get started. If the Supreme Court tells you that you have to have a draft available on November 1, it would be very tight if we were to delay this conversation. So we're really just trying to just collaborate with you and do what we can right now with the information that we have available, and to perhaps just have you talk about some of these things, like how do you give direction, for example. It doesn't seem like it's necessary to really vote today. From my perspective, we're very happy just to get your opinions and just hear from you what you're hearing. And if you can weigh in with some general direction for us, like, for example, follow the Constitution, follow the ranked criteria in absence of more specific direction. That is just enormously helpful, and that may be a foregone conclusion, but we would still like to hear it from you, because we basically are implementing what you would like us to do. So I hope that makes sense. I apologize that I couldn't magically make the data available earlier, but we are just in strange times right now. So
Thank you. That's very well said. Commissioner Sinai.
Am I next, or was there a lot of other people in front of me?
I'm
ready to visualize. I mean, I get what we're doing and that it's a blank, and so why don't you call on me after we finish this conversation? Because, getting that this is a blank canvas, we've heard different things and it's been kind of rattling in our brains. This is a time to kind of say, hey, here's something I heard. Does it work? Does it not work? And so I've got some, I've been listing some, and I think the only piece we haven't said out loud, and I don't know if we need to say to the public, is any conflicts of interest we may have in as we're drawing the maps. Like, I'll be first and say, hey, my family lives in South Bay. I grew up in South Bay, Los Angeles. So, I've got my preconceived notions of it. And so I don't know if we need to put that out there or not, but that's why I kind of keep going back to some of that. But I'm ready to visualize whenever you're ready to have me.
Thank you. Karin, do you want to say something again? Oh, okay. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes. So, I understand the whole purpose of visualizations, and I still think it's premature, but without the data, my general direction would be to follow the public input that we've received. And not that we would have 2,500 different visualizations, but we had quite a few that were similar, and if you stacked them together, they didn't conflict with each other. So that would be my, general direction would be, let's go with what what the public input was, and if there's some conflicting information, then let's do another visualization of that. And I realize that's very, very general, but at this point, I can't get more specific right now without the data, and I just want to make sure I've got all of my, yeah, that's it. So if no specific direction, then follow the public input received. That would be my recommendation, or what I would like to see at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. That is exactly the type of thing that people can say right now. Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you. Just thinking about the scene in general, I mean, there are states that started mapping, maybe even finished initial maps before hard current data were out. And I just wanted to ask, are there proxies? Are we in a situation where, no, we don't have the final database, but we do have the actual census results before the prisoner reallocation, and we know that prisoner reallocation is going to affect communities where the institutions are more than the communities where people are being reallocated to. I mean, is there a way to start this with the data that we already do have? Thank you.
I don't have anything to say on that one unless Commissioner Sadlani might just jump in about that.
I mean, I will. Like, I think there are ways to start this now if we really wanted to go down and explore that avenue, but that hasn't been the process that we have been developing, right? I mean, we could have chosen, and this was actually a suggestion that I had made about a year ago, was why don't we have some computer generated maps based on algorithms that identify the top 6 criteria and spit them out there? We could spit out, a million maps that way. But we have consistently said that this is a process that is more like an art form that does contemplate both the qualitative and the quantitative. And I think that that's the process that we have the path that we have gone down. And so, I think that if we want to completely change courses at this point in time, that would be could actually create greater challenges for us to meet our deadline, given that I think we've all kind of come to this place of we've talked about visualizations, October, many weeks over and over, since July and August. And so I if there's a desire to completely change courses, I think that would be problematic and would be challenging for us to actually meet our deadline.
Commissioner Fortieri.
I would like to defer to Commissioner Sinai because I have some other visualization suggestions too.
Great. Commissioner Sinai, do you want to jump in, or are you going to jump in with?
Well, I didn't want to jump into visualizations yet. I wanted to. I'm trying to help, but I'm trying to use my consultant hat and trying to help us get all on the same page. We as a group, we're moving into a new phase, and it feels uncomfortable, and that's okay. And it's okay for us to keep reminding ourselves. My favorite quote from Commissioner Turner was when someone said, "This is the first time I ever did this," and she said, "Yeah, it's our first time too," and it is our first time. So we are supposed to feel uncomfortable, and that's why they wanted a citizen redistricting commission. And if you're feeling too comfortable, then you need to take a step back and kind of figure out what you might be missing, because this is uncomfortable. The piece I want us to look at this a little differently, where I come from in the world of philanthropy, the biggest concern that people always say is they're always worried about expectations. What expectations are we putting out there for the community? How clear can we be for the community? And what I like about this visualization piece, let's take off our hats as commissioners and line drawers and put on our hats as ambassadors for the community. And what I think we're really being asked to do is, you heard from the community. We have 2,000, 3,000 inputs from the community. From what you've heard, and we're not, and it's, I get a little nervous because I'm like, yeah, I heard it, but I don't know it exactly. So when you say there's conflicting, I can't remember exactly where the conflicts are, but what I'm hearing is, take, as an ambassador to the community, we've heard different things. We want to help the community be able to go from where they've given us a little bit of input for their communities of interest. We don't want to jump right into districts, because that's going to be jarring. Let's go into putting it into a map, having some visualization for them to see, and then we put the data to that and say, oh, it's not doable, so now let's change it. So not only are we taking baby steps moving forward, but we're also helping those who we're serving, and those who have shared their ideas and their passion about their communities, helping walk them through the process so they can say that we have heard them, and that we're moving, we're trying to visualize it. And then when the data comes, they can see, oh, okay, they did listen to me, they did try, it doesn't work. Okay, so it's okay to feel uncomfortable, and it's okay that this isn't perfect, and it's okay let this be your free time to draw it. I'm going to use the drawing thing again, and not worry about the data. We're going to be really stuck on data later, but allow yourself to translate what the community said to us.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Sinai. And it's time to jump in, guys. This is, I'm thinking, okay, I've been thinking map, let's drawing, we're getting into it. I didn't do enough preliminary discussion, preliminary about, it's time to put ideas up there. It's time to voice those ideas. And I think, thank you all the commissioners for voicing that now. And we don't have hard and fast rules yet. We're trying to see what we'd like. Commissioner Kennedy said, we want to follow the criteria in the Constitution. That's a direction. We want to follow the VRA rules by the Constitution. That's a direction. So let's jump right in and start. Commissioner Fornashari.
So before I get started, I want to thank Commissioner Sinai. I think that was really, really helpful. And I'm feeling uncomfortable, but I'm ready to jump in, so I will. And I think this will be really helpful. So the direction I'd like to give is just to reiterate. The areas that appear to be that they may be VRA areas. I'd like the team to explore those a little more deeply and come back with, identifying those areas that might meet the criteria, and have some kind of outline and give us an idea of where those areas would be for us to consider. Because I think taking this initial step before we actually have the data to kind of take some time to roughly begin to look at those areas, will really pay dividends later when we have to really get down and make some decisions on those topics. So, that's direction I'd like to give. I think we heard, maybe some people would like to see Long Beach stay together. So maybe you can tell us what that looks like. Had one more thing. Well, we already talked about 210 and north of the 210 and the mountains. So that was already something we talked about. I'll stop there.
Great job, Commissioner Fornashari. Commissioner Sadwani.
Thank you. And I probably have lots of direction that I would love to discuss in different areas. I wanted to also just chime in and reiterate Commissioner Fornashari's perspective. Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. I thought that was right on. And this is our first time having a business meeting, non-business meeting, right? Where we are engaging in what we've heard and beginning to engage in line drawing. So it is uncomfortable. It's new. The path forward is new for all of us. None of us have done redistricting before, and I really appreciated those comments. Thank you. The piece I wanted to bring up was county lines. So, I think that in a lot of places it makes sense to cross county lines when we're talking about Los Angeles, even though, part of our criteria is of course being cognizant of county lines. But I think we've heard testimony in some instances in which there's perhaps an expectation to cross county lines, right? And I'm thinking about the Pomona Valley area, also sometimes considered the Inland Empire, those areas that included, I believe, some parts of San Bernardino County, like Montclair, Ontario, Upland, Claremont, possibly parts of Pomona. I think there had been other testimony that had suggested Rancho Cucamonga all the way over to Altadena or Pasadena. That would also be crossing county lines. I think Los Angeles is such a highly populated county that I would be hard pressed to give direction to only stay within county boundaries for Los Angeles, particularly given a lot of the COI testimony that we've received, with the one exception. I think we've heard actually the Orange County boundary feels sacred to communities. I think we've heard a lot of people in Orange County saying, don't put us with Long Beach. Similarly, along, I feel like we had received somewhat differing testimony about some of the areas like Cerritos, Whittier, et cetera, that have mixed populations. I feel like I heard both, and yet at the same time, some people saying, we really don't have anything to do with Orange County. So that's, for me, I think this, I'm just thinking out loud here, that's one of the county line considerations for me is I definitely heard crossing that boundary between LA and Ventura, between LA and Kern, between LA and San Bernardino, all seemed reasonable to communities on the ground. The Orange County one seemed a little bit more, a little less reasonable, I suppose. So in terms of direction, I would say okay to go across county borders, but definitely trying to see some visualizations on the Orange County boundary that would keep LA and Orange separated.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. Okay, so I did hear Ventura say we don't want to be part of LA. So that was another one of those county lines that and it may be that that's the last one who's spoken. So that's sticking my mind, So I think we should, when we're looking at Ventura, Los Angeles, that area, the Simi Valley piece is one of those that having a visualization to understand which way Simi Valley could go might be helpful. I do think that it would be interesting to understand and maybe this is, we haven't heard enough from San Pedro to really understand their relationship with the Los Angeles port. Long Beach Port did send us, their perspective, and that they want to be with Long Beach, and ports do give grants and work closely with the communities that they're working with. I know that from my work with Holland America Line. But San Pedro is a really diverse community that does consider themselves coastal, but does consider themselves port and gateway. So I guess that's more of an outreach question that it would be interesting to hear more from San Pedro on where we've got a few inputs, but just kind of where they see themselves. For visualization, I think it would be helpful to see Palos Verdes all the way up to El Segundo. Palos Verdes all the way up to Santa Monica, as folks have requested, but I would also like to encourage us to look at Palos Verdes all the way to El Segundo, including all of Torrance, because the very first call we got way back in September, and the only reason I remember is because I'm a South Bay girl, in raising with someone from Torrance saying, keep us together, you split us up. And so I would like to see if we keep Torrance all together, because it is a community, it's got the small, I always forget it has that small coastal piece, but South Bay is really Torrance. Torrance is the whole city of Torrance is a big part of the South Bay area. So those would be two visualizations for that coastal area, and then just the outreach piece for San Pedro. There were, and I think we brought them up, and maybe it just falls under what Neil was saying. Sorry, Commissioner Farnashari was saying about VRA areas, but I did write down a whole list of LA VRA areas that came up from communities of interest. I don't know if it's helpful just to submit that to kind of the line drawers or whomever versus me saying them verbally. But there were different communities that mentioned that. And the reason I'm saying it might be a little different than what Commissioner Farnashari was saying is, one is what do we see with the data, right, with the number data, but another is what are potential VRA communities based on what we hear from the community of interest data. And so it would be interesting to kind of marry those two so that the community can see that we heard them, as well as this is what the numbers say. So just give me direction on how to share the list that I kind of pulled up, and it might not be accurate.
Okay, actually, thank you, Commissioner Sinai, because I'm going to put you on pause there for a minute, and make sure that now that we're start rolling, we might be going a little too fast for the line drawing, and also our staff is taking notes. So I just want to clarify from jumping back to Commissioner Sadwani, do we have everything that Commissioner Sadwani said?
I have a really quick clarifying question, Commissioner Sinai. So I guess a question that I have based on your last bit about the VRA, the potential VRA districts or VRA considerations pieces could the general direction from that to be like, look at the VRA and also how COI inputs complement what we're seeing in the data?
No, to me that's different. What I'm saying is kind of look at them separate. The data, every time you look at the data, that's going to be numbers. Anytime you look at, because both are data, as Karin reminded us, they're both data sets. And so my question is, looking at those two data sets separately, where are kind of the overlaps and not the overlaps, so that we can show that to the greater community who's taken a lot of time to tell us, hey, this community, this is where we, sometimes they would say, we think this is a VRA, or we know this is a VRA, you guys need to look at VRA. But other times they just said, we're an Asian community, we're 50% Asian and 40% Latino, and so that's what I'm saying is I would like us to have a visualization separating the two and then bringing the two together. Maybe that's too much work, but that's kind of where I was at.
Does that make sense from, do you need more clarification or?
I think that we can figure out how to do that. Yeah. Thank you.
And
thank you for your clarification, Commissioner Sinai.
And also, did you need any clarification from Commissioner Sadlani? No. Okay. All right. Then, Commissioner Sinai, would you please, though, if not too long, just go ahead and read all those areas so the commissioners have an idea of what areas you're talking about? You don't have to go into them, but
Sure, and this was just pulling it out for my notes. So my notes weren't always accurate because people spoke really fast sometimes. But anyway, El Serrano, Boyle Heights, Inland, El Serrano came up as a Latino community. Boyle Heights and its surrounding neighborhoods as a Latino community. Inland South Bay as an Asian community. And then these, they asked to be together, the gateway, they called it the gateway cities, Santa Fe Springs, Downey, Norwalk, Cerritos, Artesia, Bellflower, South Los Angeles. Again, Cerritos is there, and Artesia, they, as an Asian community. Southgate, Huntington, Bell Gardens, Watts, Florence, and other Latino communities in that area. Bell, Walnut Park, Vernon, Linwood, Maywood, Bell. This is the one area that I did feel that the Orange County boundary you could cross was the Diamond Bar, Roland, Walnut. I don't think they're all Orange County. I think parts of those, that's LA, but I could be wrong in my geography. Baldwin Hills, Mid-City, Jefferson City, La Cienega, Montebello with Pico Rivera, Whittier is Armenian. That's why I was asking about the Middle Eastern. So how are we going to pull that out? But that one was Armenian. I think that was it.
Okay, thank you. Karin.
I was wondering if I may please ask for clarification from Commissioner Sedwani, and actually Commissioner Sinai, I'm sorry, Sinai, you just exactly talked about that area that I wanted to clarify. Whether the Orange County boundary, so that would not be a hard line that you wouldn't want us to cross. I just wanted to verify, because if we may have to cross that line for population purposes or so forth, then we would be able to do that. And would the direction be to cross preferably in those areas that Commissioner Sinai just outlined? Does that sound right?
Yeah, I think so. Mhm.
That's great. And thank you so much to both of you. And then the other note that I had was on the Ventura County line, if we need to cross that county line, are there some preferences about where we may be able to do that, or some areas where we may not, where we should not cross it? And any kind of suggestions that you have are helpful here.
Commissioner Forciari, were you going to answer that one, or? Yes, then Commissioner Forciari.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had some testimony, and I think just today, Westlake Village wanted to be Ventura County. I mean, the testimony about Agora Hills and Calabasas came really early, and I don't remember what they said. But this little Bell Canyon thing, the only way to get in there is from LA. I mean, you can't get to Ventura County from Bell Canyon, so it makes sense to keep that with the San Fernando Valley, I believe. I mean, I think we only heard one person provide that testimony, but it's surrounded by a old test site that's impassable. And so I think it would make sense to keep that with the San Fernando Valley.
Thank you so much. And would it be okay for us to just refer to the testimony on those areas and then just follow that testimony and then let you know what we followed, if we're specifying or clarifying on that? Is that okay?
That would make sense to me.
That's exactly what I would think. If I was going to give a direction, I would say follow the input that we've received in the areas because several reasons, there are very good reasons to cross county lines or cross city lines. I would think the input, and I would appreciate if they're pointed out then in the visualizations. Say, now here we crossed a county line because of this, here we crossed a city line because of that. But essentially they're all the same criteria. So I'd appreciate if we could, when in doubt, use the community of input and show us that. Oh, okay, Commissioner Sinai. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner Fortune.
I just have one more comment about that area. So we'll talk about that. So that's my zone, and I'm getting the information together. And we'll talk about that in more detail. And I think this is partly where it leads to maybe some discomfort for me is we're just talking about LA County when there's a lot of overlapping things going on outside of there. And how are we giving direction just in this one place when we, it is all affected, it all affects each other. But I'll specifically bring back the Simi Valley Moore Park discussions and talk in detail about that and what each of those individual communities is looking for. And so I think that'll help inform to, overlapping and crossing of the Ventura County line.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, I did also want to bring up one point. John, the mapper, said there's a lot more information about, the Orange County LA line. He said that's an area that really deserves more investigation because there's a lot of communities of interest across that. And so I would appreciate a little bit more information about that, and whether that be in the visualizations where, in terms of, well, we end up doing this and this and this for these reasons, and bring that back to us. I think that would be extremely helpful.
Certainly, Commissioner Anderson, thank you so much for that direction also. And that, of course, is going to be the famous handover piece, that we all have to negotiate at some point, because at this point we're still, the expertise lies within the regional mappers, and they all have to then work together at some point to put one entire map together. And we will focus on that, and we will bring you some visualizations about that area. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Sinai.
We've heard often, please don't split cities. And it feels like there was a lot of cities that were split in 2011. So if there are cities that are split like Torrance and Calabasas, well, Calabasas is Ventura County, sorry. But just when possible, I think it's better to split counties than it is to split cities. Even though we did get call-in asking for my city to be split in half, but on the whole, let's just try not to split cities.
Thank you. Commissioner Sadmani.
Sure, thank you. And I would agree with that. I mean, as a guiding principle, at least where possible, to keep a city together, even if it goes across county lines. I think we heard that loud and clear from the people of Lancaster, for example, right, who had half of the city broken in half. Though we have heard in several places, I think, not just your city, Commissioner Sinai, we don't want to be kept together, and that's fair too. But as a guiding principle, I'd really love just to hear a little bit more from other commissioners about VRA considerations. And I know we don't have that analysis at this point in time, but I think one of the things, and Commissioner Yee mentioned this earlier in one of his questions to Mr. Becker, we're looking in broad strokes. Here's the Asian community, here's the Latino community, here's the Black community. But when you know LA, you know that those communities are living together, right? And we haven't really examined that overlay. And so I think the direction that I want to give, and I'm assuming that the RPV analysts would do this anyway, but is to pay really careful attention to how communities are voting together. For example, it was just mentioned, I think Commissioner Sinai mentioned, Cerritos is considered an Asian community. And it's true, right? In the Cerritos Norwalk area, Artesia, Little India is there. There's also a very large Latino community as well. And so I'm really curious to get that analysis of how and when do we maximize one community over another, perhaps. I don't think that's necessarily the right terminology, but where one community is more likely to elect a candidate of their choice. I think not only in that area, but also certainly when it comes to South LA, I want to see a number of options. I think we've heard loud and clear from communities to please protect the voting power of the Black community. one of the key pieces about South LA, however, is that it's of course changing rapidly. And so I think I really want to make sure that we see what our options are there to maintain the voting power for the Black community in that region, across all of those districts, and exactly how that plays out, without packing into one where it could possibly be two districts. I know that's not very specific, but I want to be clear that I do want to see varying options that are available to us. Similarly, we have had a few calls, not a lot, but a few, about Koreatown and the fact that it has been split numerous times, I believe over multiple districts from 2010. And really I don't know whether or not an analysis was done of Koreatown by the State Commission 10 years ago, but I certainly think it's worth our while this time around.
Thank you. Karin.
Yeah, I was just wondering, Commissioner Sedwani, if I may clarify that direction about the Black areas and so forth in that region there. Would it be okay for us to follow the VRA attorneys' input that we may have access to when we're looking at these areas? Would
absolutely
that be
yes.
acceptable?
Yes, okay. I think that would be the expectation. I think I want to just pay really careful attention, and I'd be curious to hear from other commissioners also on this issue, just about ensuring that we aren't overly packing those districts when we develop them.
I'm going to also, it's time for all commissioners to say a little something or other. So if you don't start raising your hands, I'm going to call on you. So I know you've heard something or other, so speak up. And now, and if it could be that you'd like to see the different, racial voting maps over an area or something like that. But it's time to get a few ideas out here. So who's going to be the first guinea pig? I don't see any hands. So I'm just looking through it. Commissioner Yee, you happen to be the first one I see. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I take that back. I see hands.
I think Commissioner Kennedy was first.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you. I have spent, over the years, a fair amount of time in both Chinatown and Little Tokyo. And I was persuaded by the testimony the other day that it makes sense to group Chinatown, Little Tokyo, and as much of the core of downtown as can be joined with those two.
Thank you. Commissioner Yee.
Yes, so we had quite a bit of testimony about the foothill communities in the San Gabriel Mountains, and quite a few people wanting those to be connected with the parks in the mountains. So that vis-a-vis the various cities in the San Gabriel Valley, the large Asian populations there. So how do those two concerns relate to each other? The Asian communities, populations vis-a-vis the foothill communities and the parks.
Great, thank you.
If I may, I'm so sorry to interject.
No, go right ahead.
Thank you to all commissioners who are giving preliminary direction for line drawing. And Commissioner Yee, could you please, is there any specific direction that you have about this area, the San Gabriel Valley and the foothills area? Or I should rephrase, pardon me, not necessarily specific direction, but wondering if you could turn the observation you made into a direction, please.
Could we see two different, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, they overlap geographically in what they address. So I'm wondering, I don't know, would one visualization show how one would emphasize one versus the other? Would that be the kind of direction that would help?
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
I had Commissioner Vasquez up there.
Pass. I'm still formulating my thought.
Okay, Commissioner Sadwani.
Sure. I was just going to offer as a possibility for Commissioner Yee. I had the same concern and consideration, right? And certainly I understand the desire of the community to keep together a foothill district. And I heard that loud and clear. Given the potential VRA considerations, however, for the Asian American community, I'm also wondering what it might look like to have communities kind of coming northward from, out of the San Gabriel Valley and all the way northward. I do also, I'm curious to hear what others' thoughts are. I mean, in hearing some of the testimony, this is not direction, this is just thoughts. And I'd be curious to hear some general feedback from commissioners, and I'm sure from the public too. While I understand the environmental concerns, and we certainly heard, these are recreational areas that people use. I think given that, my sense is that, whether this ends up being one full district from Altadena to Rancho Cucamonga, or 2 districts or 3 districts, right? My sense is that so long as it's not broken up too much, that you would get representation that is, responsive to the needs of the mountain communities. I think the same could also be true for the coastal communities, that perhaps if we're not able to keep those cities that lie along a major natural resource such as mountains or ocean, that doesn't mean that we have to break them into 1,000 different districts. It could just be 1, 2, or 3, in some of these instances. So I wanted to offer that. And from a direction standpoint, I think definitely seeing I agree with Commissioner Yee that seeing the VRA component and how that might impact the formation of perhaps 2 to 3 districts along the mountain range.
Thank you. And Commissioner Taylor.
Yeah, maybe I can add a little bit to that conversation. I think as it relates to those foothill communities and that 210 corridor, everything has been visualized as east to west. And I guess if we're looking at possible iterations, is there a way to respect those communities and maybe think of that as north to south as well, going slightly south of the 210 freeways? Because you still hit some of those communities that have VRA considerations and AAPI, and you still can keep that community intact. It just might create multiple districts if you think of it from north to south as well. So I think I would like to be able to see or sense what would happen if we had it considered both east to west and north to south. But it's been described mostly to us as east to west and north of the 210. And those cities, Arcadia, Temple City, it goes into Monterey Park. That is a Monrovia, that is a north to south direction. And those are still the same people that use the recreation of those foothill communities when you think of it east to west, if that helps any and maybe sort of addresses what Russell and Sarah were speaking to. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Sadwani, were you also saying something, or I did? No. Okay.
I was just nodding in agreement with Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I think I'm on the same page about wanting to see a north to south versus an east to west visualization. I'll just say what's on my mind. So this isn't direction, but a consideration I'm looking at is foothill communities tend to be very different from sort of the valley communities, particularly in terms of income, and just want, particularly when you overlay sort of income and then racial voting interests, thinking about just how we may be with different trade-offs, like maybe privileging higher income communities with particular districts, depending on those populations. So I think having the contrast of like the north to south, east to west, my consideration will sort of be just thinking about how similar is a community that is structured from north to south. How similar is that community really? So yeah, just again, thoughts, not direction.
Thank you. Those count too. Commissioner Sinai.
I did miss some of the groups in my list. And when I looked back, we did hear that in Pasadena, the Lincoln Corridor in Pasadena is a strong Latino community. And then the other one was the 210 corridor was a strong Asian community. But I don't have exactly where, but it struck me when we're talking about the 210 and the foothill community, the foothill community, the community of interests that we've heard a lot from the foothill communities, but then also what does it mean, the 210 corridor, how deep do the corridors go? And so I think that was kind of addressed by what Commissioner Taylor and Commissioner Vasquez brought up, because there will be conflicts, and I still don't know how much we're supposed to, going back to what Commissioner Vasquez brought up is our personal biases. How do we put them on the table so we know what our biases are, and how do we, and the communities of interest that have called us. There's been some biases that if you go a little deeper, you can maybe understand what the biases is. So those conversations I feel like we still need to have as well, so that we know how to look at all of this data that we have.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. One thing that we, which I forgot to mention, we are going to have, we're taking these directions, we're writing them down. Our staff is also helping write this down. We might do a quick read back just to make sure that what is being written down is what we intend to be said. So we can do some clarification, because I don't want us to run out of, oh, here we are at the break again. So if we could kind of do that from either the staff or from the line drawers, and then we can continue on with areas, because I know there are a lot of areas through Los Angeles that we can continue on with. Is that okay from, I don't know who wants to go first, if the line drawers or from staff would like to?
I think that will be a staff. Marcy is already on.
So let me just
Thank
preface
you,
with, I think everyone started to get the hang of this a little bit more after the break. And so it might be easier for Kim to help with the recap right now on that. We do have the notes from earlier, but we're just going back to pull from some of the closed captioning to make sure we're getting from before the break a little bit more accurately. So Kim, if you can help with, since we came back from break, I think we've been working together on this a little bit more to do a bit more of that recap since we came back from break.
Great, thank you very much. And again, we're sort of evolving through this. It's going to get a little easier and better, and I appreciate everyone's indulgence on this.
Okay.
Do I need to appear on camera? So I need to set up real quick.
It's okay. You don't need your camera on. Go ahead.
Okay.
Unless you want it, but go ahead.
Okay, from after break. One brought up from, excuse me, Commissioner Toledo, 3 requests, or excuse me, Anderson. We've heard several people say Diamond Bar and Walnut together. That's one. Some have said Diamond Bar, Walnut, and Chino Hills together. The third one, some said Diamond Bar, Walnut, and West Covina together. I have from Commissioner Sinai for South Bay, are there any conflicts of interest? From Commissioner Funachari, I have 3 visualizations. 1, explore a little more deeply and come back to identifying VRA areas for LA County. 2, keeping Long Beach together. 3, identifying the area north of the mountains, the 210 corridor. From Commissioner Sadwani, I have keeping Pomona Valley, the Inland Empire, some parts of San Bernardino, Upland, Rancho Cucamonga together for the first one. The second one for Orange County, not including with Long Beach. The third, Cerritos, Whittier, and mixed populations not wanting to be with Orange County. The fourth, if you have to cross borders, it makes sense for LA and Kern and LA and San Bernardino, but for LA County and OC, don't cross borders. For Sinai, I have Ventura County, do not put with LA. The next visualization from Sinai, Palos Verdes to Santa Monica. The next visualization, Palos Verdes to El Segundo, including Torrance. The next one, LA VRA areas, including the standard definition, and then what came from COI submissions in areas like Sereno, Boyle Heights, and surrounding areas, Santa Fe Springs, Bellflower. She listed a few. I'm sorry, I need to go back into those. From Commissioner Furnichari, visualization request for Ventura County line. You can't get to Ventura from Bell Canyon, so it makes sense to keep Bell Canyon with San Fernando Valley. Commissioner Sinai, try not to split cities. Commissioner Sadwani, follow Voting Rights Act attorney input that mappers may have access to when looking at these areas, and make sure not to overly pack these districts when you develop them. From Commissioner Kennedy, group Chinatown, Little Tokyo, and as much as the core of downtown as can be joined with these two. Commissioner Yee, for the mountains and the foothill communities with the Asian community, try to create boundaries that keep Asian communities together, but respecting the foothill boundaries. Commissioner, you clarified needing to draw 2 to 3 districts along the 210 mountain range. Commissioner Taylor, for the 210 corridor in the San Gabriel Valley, says consider east to west and also north to south. Commissioner Sinai was speaking on the 210 corridor. noting the strong Asian community there and just wanting clarification on how deep the definition of the 210 corridor. That's what I have. Please let me know if I missed some.
And just let me add, there was a couple, thank you so much, Kim. There were a couple of the general direction also. So Commissioner Fernandez provided when there's no specific direction to follow the public input that we've received. And then Commissioner Anderson had noted there are good reasons to cross county lines or cross city lines. And just to point that out in the visualizations here, we cross the county line because of this or because of that. When in doubt, use the community of input and show us that. And then also Commissioner Anderson highlighted getting more information about when John the Mapper had noted information about the Orange County LA line to highlight that in visualizations as well.
Okay, thank you. And there were some others from before, but I'm going to call on Commissioner Kennedy right now.
Thank you. Just to say that my recollection is that we would need to add Roland Heights and Hacienda Heights to the Diamond Bar and Walnut visualization. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And if I may, Commissioner Anderson, just summarize from before the break, the initial. Thank you. So before the break, we also heard about which was primarily and almost exclusively about Northern LA County and surrounding areas, keeping Antelope Valley together, sort of exploring Antelope Valley plus areas north in Kern County, Antelope Valley plus the Victor Valley area, also starting in northeast corner of LA County, moving sort of southwest to include all of Antelope Valley and Santa Clarita Valley, and then trying options with Simi Valley and without Simi Valley.
Great. Commissioner Sadmani.
Yeah, this is just, thank you for that recap, Jamie. This is a question for commissioners. I know we're often thinking about that area of the Antelope Valley with Santa Clarita, maybe Simi Valley, maybe parts of Kern. And I'm just trying to recall, I feel like we did have minimal amounts, but some testimony, which considered connecting the Antelope Valley to parts of San Bernardino and the high desert areas. I mean, is that something others think that we should potentially explore as an option? I don't have a strong sense on that, but maybe I know, Commissioner Kennedy, I know is one of the outreach leads for the San Bernardino area. I don't know if that was a larger consideration.
Commissioner Kennedy, go right ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I've driven between the Antelope Valley and the Victor Valley. It's pretty desolate there in between, but the physical geography is very similar. And I think some of the environmental concerns are going to be similar. So, yeah, I would certainly be interested in seeing a visualization that did combine the Antelope Valley with the Victor Valley. Thanks.
Yeah, I was going to say the same. But Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I agree. And just with my experience, both of those communities, they have a similar sort of orientation to the rest of their respective counties as sort of like, oh, Antelope Valley is very much, we are not like those people on the other side of the hill. Like we are, we are the Antelope Valley. And I think somewhat similarly, sort of folks in the Victor Valley don't, you know, they're high desert community, a bit more rural, much more spread out, suburban, etc. And we are not like the suburbs in the hills or in the valley down in San Bernardino. So I would like to see what that might look like if we combine these two communities.
Thank you. Commissioner Forciari.
Yeah, Ms. Clark, can you turn on the geography again and kind of zoom in that area that you have with those two valleys together?
One moment, please.
Please.
I'm going to zoom in first because the terrain can slow down the map a lot. So, and there's double city layers because the terrain layer has the name of the city as well as, of course, the city layer we use in Maptitude. But this general area is the Antelope Valley. This is the LA County line. And this general area is Victor Valley. And I'll zoom out a little bit. So again, this area, Antelope Valley, Victor Valley.
Yeah, thank you very much. That terrain layer really helps. I have Commissioner Vasquez.
Sorry, no. Forgot to put my hand down.
Sorry, Commissioner Taylor.
Yeah, so I agree with Commissioner Kennedy, Commissioner Vasquez. I think we have to explore those options. Although the geography on both the far north, when we think of the high desert and the end of Palmdale, Lancaster, Antelope Valley, is much similar to how it is on the south with Simi Valley and Santa Clarita. There's similarities between those community members, although there's geography that separates those two. So where do you add or subtract in? Do you add or subtract it in the bottom? Which communities have more similarities to each other? Which one are we hearing input that they should be included with as opposed to excluded with? So I think we have to look at both ways because we have to see whether it's more appropriate to fit it in the far north in the high desert or fit it in down south, further down south in Santa Clarita or Simi Valley.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. That's exactly what visualizations are all about. Jamie.
Yeah, and just thank you, Commissioner Taylor. And we have noted that all of the options will be visualizations for your consideration.
Thank you. Commissioner Sabani.
Yeah, this is just another conversation piece for us, really, not necessarily direction, but I think as I'm looking at these regions and just what I generally know about them, there's also, I think, some socioeconomic differences between them. I think we had community of interest testimony, both from Victor Valley and the Antelope Valley, with a real concern about services, that they have to go to places like Santa Clarita to access services that aren't available necessarily in their own communities. And I think that there's multiple ways to think about that, right? And that's not a direction in terms of line drawing, but in terms of decision making that we'll have to make in a future point in time is, do you therefore connect those places that are concerned about the lack of services with where those services are, or if both of these areas are lacking services, do we keep them together so that they can maximize their representation and hopefully drive more services to them? So again, I think I absolutely agree with Commissioner Taylor. We need to see multiple options here. We've had a ton of calls with varying kinds of testimony for this region. And I think I'm excited to see what the possibilities will be.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Sadmani. Commissioner Taylor, do you have another comment? Okay, not hearing anything. Then Commissioner Sinai.
We're up against a break here, so if Commissioner
me to go
Sinai,
out?
do you want to go now or do you want to wait?
I think mine's quick, but I can wait as well. So Chair, you tell me.
Go ahead, and we'll break afterward.
So I had an aha moment when one of the people called in from Imperial Valley that sometimes people will call in and say, hey, let's keep, looking at the Los Angeles forest, for instance, people will say, keep that all together, but they won't say what type of district. And I think what's important is that a state park or is that a federal park or is that a county park? And so there'll be different times when something someone said is pertinent based for a congressional district, but not for an assembly district. So I that was just kind of because the comment in Imperial County was, I hear people saying we're a border region, but the border is federally, is important federally. So look at it for federally, but when it comes to state, So I just bring that up, and I don't know how, Jamie, to share that as help, but I think as we are drafting the different map, if you can visualize the ones that are pertinent based on, is it a state or is it a federal issue?
Thank you. Chair, could I just, before we do break, I just want to see if the line drawing team, do you have enough about this area? Are you planning on coming back with us, or are we saying goodbye to you until tomorrow?
Well, from our perspective, we certainly have enough. And I just wanted to say thank you to all of you for working with us on this. I know it may have felt painful, and maybe it was painful, but this was enormously helpful, and we really appreciate it. And we can't wait to bring you some visualizations back. So from our perspective, I think we would be fine. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And we'll say goodbye to our line drawing team. And I pass it back to you, Commissioner Fornchari, to take us to break, finally.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate thanks to the line drawing team, the staff for taking notes, and everybody, VRA attorneys and everybody for the help with this. And we're looking forward to picking it back up tomorrow. Let's see, we'll go to break right now and be back at 3:10. Well, thank you and welcome back, California. So we are going to transition from our discussion of visualizations to our business meeting for this week. Is Anthony there at this point? Okay, I will make an executive decision that Katie, we're going to go to public comment and on the visualization discussions that we just had.
All right. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone on the visualization and mapping exercises of this morning. No? Oh, sorry. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 882-8610-2051 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you'll be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk, and to press *6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You're not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. And we don't have anyone in the queue at this time, and we will let you know when the instructions are complete.
Thank you, Katie.
And those instructions are complete on the stream share.
Thanks, Christian. Wait for another half a minute or so just to make sure anybody who's trying to call in now has a chance. So just to let folks know where we're headed, we're going to go into item number 3. Oh, looks like we have a caller. So Katie?
Yes, Chairman. Caller 2829. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute. By pressing *6 at this time. The floor is yours.
Hello, this is Renee Westerlusk. I have a question regarding the PIN maps. What are actually the purpose of the PIN maps? Is it to show where public input came from in that geographical area, or is there other purposes of the PIN maps?
So nominally, yes, it is to show so the PIN is centered on the geographical centroid of the area where of the community of interest. Okay, so it's not necessarily pinned where the input came from, it's pinned where the center of the community of interest input is, the center of the map. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So if you live in Ridgecrest and you give community of interest input about Kern County, the whole of Kern County, the pin would be in the center of Kern County, not in Ridgecrest, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes. And then what do you do with statewide input that's from statewide organizations that's just giving you feedback advice, but they're not giving testimony about any particular region or part of California?
So if it's just advice on how we run the commission, that goes in the public input area. But if it's advice on maps or on communities of interest and that kind of thing, that would be included in our communities of interest input. And I just want to let you know that we did receive your email today. Thank you very much for that.
Okay. Okay. I still have some other corrections to send you, but I haven't had time to type them up.
Okay, well, we appreciate that.
Okay. I'll be sending them in the next couple of days.
Okay, well, thanks for calling in.
Okay, thank you.
Take care. Okay, well, I don't see any more callers at this point, so we will go into Agenda item number 3, director reports. So Director Hernandez.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Commissioners and Californians. I keep my report very short today. I wanted to talk about the meeting schedule. There have been a few changes that I wanted to point out, and I'll be looking at the agenda further after this week's meetings to see where we can make additional changes, where we need to make additional changes. For example, September 23rd meeting will begin at 1 p.m. instead of 4 p.m. The September 28th meeting will be moved to start at 11 a.m. and go till 6 p.m. And the September 29th meeting will remain the same, 9:30 to 4:30. But again, I'll be updating the meeting schedule soon. COI input meetings. I posted on our website a summary of our COI input meetings. The total number of speakers that we had for all COI input meetings. If you recall, or if I recall correctly, Commissioner Kennedy indicated that we were in the neighborhood of about 1,200 speakers. He was very close, but we actually exceeded that amount, and we're at 1,340 speakers. 705 of those were scheduled with an appointment, and 635 called in during the meetings. So that information is available on our website for you to take a look at. In regards to our database, I think it was mentioned earlier by Chair Fornashari that our website or our database is updated through August 31st. Our staff is continuing to update and upload information, as Commissioner Ahmed mentioned. From hour to hour, it changes. There's more being added. So we are making sure that we're removing duplicates, that we're providing map delineations for those that are submitted in letters and do not have a specific map delineation, but we can make one out of it based on their input. And then making sure that we're adding our meeting notes, the testimony provided at the meetings, the last few meetings in September. So we're working on those things as we speak. That is the extent of my report for today. Any questions? Commissioner Kennedy.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Just checking to see the status of the transcripts and the hosting of the 2010 site.
Yes, in regards to the transcripts, we are finding out that all of the transcribers have had challenges due to COVID. So we are working with our vendor as much as possible to get the transcripts that are needed. We have a spreadsheet that lists those that we do not have, and we're trying to work with them to get them to us as timely as possible. But again, we're finding out that other transcribers are finding themselves in the similar situation where they can't keep up because everyone seems to have gone to Zoom type meetings. And so we're finding that challenge to be very difficult to overcome at this point. In regards to the, I believe it was regarding the 2010 website, if I'm not mistaken, we're still looking into the options that we have for archiving that data, that website, I should say. Yes.
Has contact been made with the state archives about their taking over the hosting of that 2010 database? I mean, it seems appropriate. I understand that there are budget issues on our end, but there is certainly active interest among Californians in having access to the materials that were available on that website. And the other thing is, you know, if you go to the .ca.gov, the old website, so much of the content, some of the content is accessible if you search for it, but it's not accessible if you try to follow, if you try to click on tabs and follow a trail. We really need to resolve this. Californians need and want access to this, and we need to find a way to make it happen sooner rather than later. Thank you.
We're continuing to look into that. As I mentioned before, we've had some challenges with the accessibility. You know, we have to meet certain standards for a website. That's one piece of it. And then also having that website basically living in a specific location where it still has a functionality. So those are the challenges that we're exploring with them as well as others.
So we have made contact with the state archives?
We have made contact and are continuing conversations on how to do so, how to
Okay,
move forward
thank
with
you.
it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sedwani?
Thank you. I just wanted to really appreciate Commissioner Kennedy and his continuing to raise this. I mean, we have heard loud and clear from the public, and so I just really appreciate you not letting that slip through the cracks. I think I probably would have, so I really appreciate that. I'm wondering, Alvaro, is there a particular staff member that's working on this issue? And if not, can we maybe just assign someone to really take this on as their project?
No, there is a specific staff member assigned to this issue and has been since the beginning. Again, countless calls, countless emails, and that's kind of where we are right now, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
If I could follow up just by repeating something that I've said in relation to other issues. I praised the outreach team the other day and said, it'd be really great if we were getting regular reports that really conveyed to us the extent of their work, because I was hearing things that, I was really thrilled with. But I was a bit disappointed that we hadn't heard about them before. And I guess I'm feeling in some ways the same about this. I appreciate your desire to keep your report short, but I don't feel like we're getting the level of information that we need on an ongoing basis. Thank you.
That's a fair point. I think that I'll just echo that too, that, the information we got from the field leads was really, really impressive. And just more opportunity to provide more insight into what's happening just will provide the entire commission with a better understanding of what the staff are dealing with. So thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Any more questions for Director Hernandez? Okay, Director Seah?
Oh, wait, can I just have
Commissioner
one?
Fernandez has her hand up.
Oh.
And maybe, yeah, that's okay. I'm number 7 of 8, so I get ignored a lot. Anyway, just to follow up on what you just said, Chair, as well as Commissioner Kennedy, when I was on the school board, the board members always had questions of follow-up. So what we did is we actually had like a running list of everything that we had asked, and then the superintendent, they would follow up every meeting to update us. Instead of us having to ask for that information, because it's still pending, it would be the superintendent would bring that up. So I'm just asking if Director Hernandez can put this on his list in terms of the 2010 website, as well as status of transcripts, to just be something that is, and also the COI paper tool. Now that I'm on now that I'm on a roll, if we can just put that as part of your report, that would be great. Thank you.
Well, since you brought it up, the COI paper tool.
Okay, I will share where we are with that. So we had to go back to Office of State Printing to make some additional changes. The U.S. Post Office did not like our first iteration, and we thought it was good to go. It wasn't. We've sent it back, and Office of State Printing is working on that to get it back to the U.S. Post Office. We can't move forward until the U.S. Post Office gives the green light. Then we can go to print and start shipping out the information. We do have a list of all the different groups that we're going to be sending out the COIs to, including the prisons, county sheriffs, different entities, law enforcement entities that we're sending it out to, as well as public libraries and others. So that is the status. So I apologize, and I will continue to provide this information as requested, whether there is action on it or not.
Commissioner Sinai? You're muted.
Sorry, I lowered my hand, but I didn't unmute. At what point do we decide that investing in the paper tool is or not? Or are we looking at it as a marketing tool that will raise awareness that this is available for next time? I mean, we're getting very, very close, because then it's going to take a couple of weeks to get it printed and get it out to folks. And then, we can tell them they have a 2-week deadline, but it takes them a couple of weeks to get it out. So now we're a month out, and then processing it, we've got to input it all into our database. So I do want us to think through when we have to cut our losses and put it into lessons learned.
Is that something the materials committee is going to think about?
I have a response, Chair. Is that okay?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sure.
My hand's kind of up, but
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That's not in my line of sight. So
That's all right. My suggestion would be to possibly have the outreach staff reach back out to California Department of Corrections, as well as the youth detention and the sheriffs, and see if we can get those paper COI, whatever you want to call them, paper COI out to those facilities, and then have them mail it back to us instead of waiting for the post office to tell us what the correct coding is. Because I agree, I mentioned this last time too, is like we are down to the wire, and it's been since probably 3 or 4 months we've been waiting for this to be finalized. So to say it's been frustrating is probably putting it mildly at this point. Thanks.
Commissioner Turner?
And to add to that, perhaps it'll go without saying, but because of the few months delay, when we look at, should it still go to print, hopefully we're looking at a reduced amount and not the same amount, because we wouldn't expect the same response for this last minute as opposed to if it's been out there all along. So just another thought when we're, if we're able to go to print still.
Okay. Well, yeah, thanks for that input and thought. And I guess I just asked the materials committee to kind of consider that and coordinate with Commissioner Fernandez with your suggestions.
Well, in terms of the materials, we've already passed it on to the outreach and to the executive director. So our piece of it is done in terms of coming up with the language and the document. And that's what I meant when I said we've handed it off about 3 months ago. So there isn't.
So who's going to make the decision? I mean, who should be the decision maker then as to whether we need to cut our losses, I guess is my question.
Well, hopefully when they report next time, we'll have further information. Also, as I mentioned, I would recommend that we reach out directly to corrections and the other contacts that we provided, and see if they can mail it back to us instead of having a postage, return postage information. And I don't want to speak for them, but I don't think that it would be too difficult for them to do. So I'm thinking there's something we can move forward with it without the postage, I believe, but we just have to reach out to the specific agencies.
That Marcy, Director Kaplan, does that seem doable?
Yes, and I can have Alvaro elaborate on this because we have been working with them to look at alternative solutions for return. So we have been in communication in regards to that exact topic, Commissioner Fernandez. Alvaro, if you want to share a little bit more.
Yes, and one of the alternatives is that we ship them the information without the envelope to return, or an empty envelope for them to put the document in, and they return it in a box that we provide to them along with the shipping label that they send back to us. So trying to expedite that process along with a cover letter on how that should be sent back to us. So that is something that we're definitely looking at to move forward with for the prison industries at this point.
Thanks for that. Commissioner Kutagawa, then Commissioner Sinai.
Yeah, I appreciate everything that's been done, and I can definitely feel and share the frustration that the Materials Committee, I think Commissioner Fernandez and Kennedy have had. I have a concern, and I just want to perhaps see whether or not this is something that others would be agreeable to. I think based on some of our other experiences, we're looking at other entities, other agencies to play along with us in a way. And our capacity or our ability to speed things along is going to be only as fast as the others who are A, willing to respond, and B, willing to work within the timeline that we have, which is quickly, as Commissioner Sinai had said, closing on us. And so, I think just so that this doesn't go on indefinitely, I think we should determine what is a date that at which point, if we don't have any resolution or any way to have it out in a reasonable amount of time, then we might just have to say, like she said, this is just going to become one of those 20-30 lessons learned kind of things. Because I'm just thinking we're quickly moving through September. I can't believe we're already now in mid-September. If all goes well, maybe you might be able to get something out next week. That'll give them how long? A week, maybe 2 weeks? Are we going to continue to receive communities of interest input through the month of October? What is our real time frame in which we will, I don't want to say stop taking COI input, but is there a time frame where we're going to have to stop taking COI input because we're going to be receiving input on potentially the line drawing that we're doing, and that's going to change things up. So I guess I just want to just put this out there that, do we just need to have a drop dead date that we're just going to say, once it passes this time frame, we're just not, it doesn't make sense to do this. Thank you.
I think that's a great suggestion, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Sinai.
Sorry, I did it again. I just want to say that this wasn't just the outreach. It wasn't just the materials committee, but it was also the incarcerated individuals committee that worked really hard on creating those relationships and getting a plan together. And part of that plan included a video and lessons. And it wasn't just sending out a form. And I just feel like there's been a couple of times that committees have worked all the way to a certain point and then has moved it over to staff. And I think what's happened is we've given you the hardest part. But I really do feel that we need to capture this in lessons learned and try to figure out how to do it differently, because we are moving fast and there's no time to, kind of be, I don't know. So the program, it was a program or a strategy with incarcerated individuals, and it's not called the prison complex or any of that. So let's just be careful how we word it. Marcy, I see that you have.
I just really want to clarify. I don't want to derail this, but we have been carrying that through, and the entire, since that was passed over, staff have been fostering and following up and meeting ongoing with all of those contexts that you had provided, in order to gather addresses, in order to facilitate a process and how this would actually work, working on a script. Freddie has that, in order to start working with our videographer for that, to be going out. We've followed through on that process. So just that has continued and is right to this point to be implemented as we get our next, this last little hang up with the tool. So I just wanted to clarify that that has all continued.
Thanks for that. I mean, I think for me, I guess I would just say, okay, Commissioner Fernandez, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you. My recommendation at this point would, for me, it's very important, and I know for Commissioner Sinai, because we were part of the incarcerated population for the state facilities, it's very important for us to get this out to those facilities. And my recommendation would be to get that out to them as soon as possible. And in terms of how long we will be receiving communities of interest input, in my position, it's all the way until we have final maps. I know that's kind of going beyond the line drawing, but I would say at least till mid-December. But again, it's moved so slowly that I don't want to say, let's wait 2 more weeks, because now 2 more weeks we're further behind and trying to start a new process. So I would like to see us move forward and working with those state facilities of incarcerated population to get the information out to them, either with envelopes or without envelopes. However they get it back to us would be great. If they ship them, at least for the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, they have an inter-office mailing system. They can mail them on to Sacramento. It's on 15th and R Street, right down the street from here. We can go pick up all of the information. So it's really not that difficult, and it's not that far to get the information. And if we have good communication and relationship with them, it should be something that we should be able to do, hopefully. I don't want to say rather easily, because it hasn't been easy so far. I thought it was going to be easy, but I just really feel that we just need to at least do it for that population, because we voted as a commission to exclude those counts from the facilities and place that population back at their last known residence. So I do feel strongly about at least reaching out and attempting to get their feedback. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll, please, either Alvaro or Marcy, please have this as one of the items on your report out at our next meeting to let us know where we're at and what's your recommendation for moving this forward. Thank you. Any other questions for Director Hernandez? Okay. Director Seja, is he with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So I apologize. I had to jump in my car, take my mom somewhere, but I am here listening and participating. I don't have much to report myself. The only thing that I will say is that I met with the outreach committee, and from that meeting, came up with a process to report out. So from now on, both outreach and communications will be reporting similarly. So I'll have a longer report every time, and taking instruction from what you've covered today, we'll have things that I update you on until they fall off my to-do list. But part of that strategy for reporting out was going to be covering what we've done communications-wise for every zone, and then covering what every contractor that we have doing advertising is doing for each one of those zones. So I'll compile that report and I'll have it ready for the next meeting.
Any luck with placing contracts?
So we have one more pending approval, but aside from that one, all the other billboard and radio contracts are up and running. And I've had to modify a lot of the schedules because of billboard and radio spot availabilities. So I'll share all that at the next report. Some of the plans have shifted dramatically.
How about the language, the in-language contract for the in-language work we're going to do that Commissioner Kennedy was asking about last time? Where does that stand?
The ethnic media contract was signed and sent over to OLS, so we're waiting for approval for that. That one and the one of the billboard contracts are the only ones pending. Everything else has been approved. So we have the magazine contract moving forward as well.
Okay, Commissioner Fernandez has a question.
Yeah, just real quick, Freddie, thank you for the information. I just thought of this morning, but any update on that individual that was going to do a documentary on redistricting? I just thought of that the other day.
Yeah, good question. I actually reached out a month ago and have not heard back. I'll check back again. I think that they've disappeared.
Well, he missed a great meeting today. Commissioner Sedwani, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I think Commissioner Sinai and I are often confused. Freddie, this is super exciting. I haven't seen or heard any of the media buys as of yet. So I think in the future, I would love to just like see a picture of a billboard or listen to a radio ad or something like that if they're available.
Yes, of course. I did send some of the proofs, but I will send more. I do have I'm downloading all the radio spots and the artwork for the billboard, so I will definitely share that with you as well as live pictures for billboards that are out there.
So what was the issue with the billboards, Freddie? I forgot, you told us on Friday, but there was it the recall or something that bought all the billboard space?
Yeah, so because some of our contracts are taking so long to get approved by OLS, a lot of the real estate out there for billboards was taken up by the recall campaign, and the airwaves, of course, were the same thing. So we've had to shift around some of those buys to really September and October, because also we don't know when our final deadline will be. So I had those conversations with the contractors this week to sort of plan for that, depending on how the California Supreme Court rules. That might also affect our media buys, and we'll have to allocate a lot of those resources for September, October, bleeding into November.
Okay, but you'll have a more detailed update on the 23rd,
yes.
Of course.
Correct.
Commissioner Ahmed, did you have a question?
Oh, I was just going to add that Freddie did send over those ad proofs, the radio ad proofs. And when I listened to it, it was very TV-like. The person's voice was very soothing, and it made me really want to get involved with redistricting.
Oh, very good. Yeah.
Yeah, I have more samples. There's male, female, different nationalities, and it sounds really professional, really great. I'll share those as well.
Very good. Any other questions for Director Ceja? Thank you, Director Ceja. Director Kaplan.
Hi, thank you, everyone. I just wanted to share that I did post the COI meeting recap from the last few COI meetings, as well as the COI tool update from this last week. Also, per your direction, posted the outreach presentations that staff had provided to the commission on the August 31, September, and September 11 commission meetings. We are working together as an outreach team to identify gaps in areas that staff have been targeting, as well as where we have not been receiving COI, in addition to the sectors that staff are still continuing to grow outreach in. We, as Freddie mentioned, we will be working closely with the outreach and engagement committee. And so I will be providing further details to them on the particular areas where staff is continuing to focus. I also just want to highlight that we did push out information about the Coitul Drama ICA community training, and staff is focused this week on a deeper level to follow up with contacts and engage with new stakeholders as well to promote that opportunity. Right now, we do have 5 requests, but there are many that are about to come in. So just some specific updates I even got today on doing one particularly in Spanish, another focusing on the Filipino community, as well as tribal communities, and what staff have been also discussing with stakeholders and we discussed internally is how can we encourage organizations to collaborate together to have a broader audience for some of these trainings. So that's what has been successful in some of these conversations so far. I did also mention in the past that the K through 12 curriculum that Sacramento County Office of Education developed along with the LA County Office of Education has been distributed to districts statewide. This Friday is Constitution Day, and Sacramento County Office of Education was planning on doing an in-person event with the local sports team, and because of COVID, that was they did have to cancel that, but are doing a push on social. And so I've been talking with Freddie, so we are going to do a push of that curriculum as well, and working with our field leads to also be following up with school districts as well as other PTA and other contacts to promote now that school is back in session, to promote the curriculum as well as how parents and families can also get engaged and use the COI tool to submit input to the commission. Along with that, I have also highlighted that I have been in communication with the Secretary of State's office. They are launching a 2-week high school voter engagement week. So they're going to be able to integrate in some way some of the redistricting information, including the curriculum. And so I'll have a better update on that as well. They've obviously been very busy with the recall. So I'll get a little bit more information on the level in which they're able to incorporate redistricting as well in that 2-week engagement. I also wanted to highlight that we are now, as schools coming back in session for higher ed, going to be targeting additional outreach for the COI training with students as well, and campuses across the state. There was, I mentioned in a previous meeting that we met with the UC Office of the President, and also I've been in communication with CSUs. There's been some transition in staff, so identifying the right staff to push things out at the statewide level, but leads are now also focusing at the local level to engage with the particular campuses as well. And then just also highlighting that we've been working closely with the Language Access Subcommittee on a recap of the interpretation during the COI input meeting. So I will have something that we'll be posting today that the subcommittee will be going over on our Friday meeting. So I'll defer to them. Thank you. That's my report.
Thank you, Director Kaplan. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you for that, Marcy. I'm just wondering, the high school curriculum, is that, I don't know how detailed and how voluminous it is. If it's not too much, could we get copies of it?
Yeah, I believe I've sent it out. If not, I will resend it. I think Freddie is posting it on the, will be posted on the website if it's not already. So apologies if I had not sent that to you all. I will send it right now, and it will also be on the website as well.
Thank you.
It is, it goes through, you'll see it when you go through it, but we did work with them on the companion activities that teachers will focus on with students to tie in the COI tool. And so there's really this you know, they're learning about the process in general, they're focusing in on California, and then they have this opportunity to also really apply what they're learning in a real life scenario, because it's happening right now. So that was kind of exciting to get that, make sure that we had the COI tool in the in as the training as well, and in their like resource pages at the bottom.
Commissioner Kutagawa?
Yeah, I think this is really great, and I'm so excited to hear about it. Just curious, is this going to be something that's going to be a continued part of the curriculum beyond, I guess, redistricting and this year?
I believe so, but I can clarify. I think this is a module that they could continue to incorporate, but I can clarify that as well, how that works when a curriculum like this becomes developed.
Very good. There's a lot going on, so thank you for that. Are there any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Sorry, I forgot to ask one more question. I was just curious, and I don't know, Director Kaplan, if you have something that you could show us, just eyeballing it, or just, you know, from what you recall, do you know if the COI tool inputs are increasing now that we're getting closer and closer to line drawing, the actual line drawing?
So this is actually something we have talked internally about on how we can more closely evaluate outreach that's happening and the COI input that we're seeing. So just anecdotally from Freddie noting the input that we've gotten, you know, just over the weekend to the Voters First email, we are seeing, I believe it was an increase of over 100 from the COI tool this last week, which that may also include some of the input from the COI input meetings, but also just working more closely with Tony so we can, you know, all of our work overlaps so that staff can be able to, as they continue to look at gaps, where are we seeing the COI come in so that we can pivot when needed and see what's working effectively in one region. And that really, you know, really we saw an increase, and how can we replicate that somewhere else? So this is something we are, now that we have the database up, that we can work more closely, and also had discussed this with the outreach and engagement subcommittee as well. So thank you for raising that.
Sorry about that. Okay. From Freddie, nearly had 200 COI come in this weekend via email. Commissioner Sinai.
I had the privilege of going to the San Diego Access Center with Andrew, with staff. So I can officially say I have met one staff person in person, and it was a wonderful experience. I took him to lunch afterwards, and we strategized and all sorts of things. I can't even tell you how big the San Diego Access Center is. I mean, I really should just move my office in there because they've got like 6 empty offices in there. You know, Andrew and I were looking at it going, wait, why aren't we in here? What? And we were invited, and their staff person was very welcoming and said, yeah, move in. You know, he's all by himself most of the time. We were actually the first guests that they have had. So I just wanted to put it out there. If anybody's thinking that they need office space to get work done in San Diego, the State Access Center is quite nice. Oh, but bring your laptop.
So I think Commissioner Yee went to the one in Oakland. Is that right? Has anyone else had an opportunity to go to one? Not yet. Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying to get over to Oakland to take a look. Okay. If there are no other questions for Director Kaplan, then we will move on. Then we'll thank her and her team and thank Freddie and his team and Alvaro and his team, and move on to Chief Counsel Payne.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I just wanted to give you a little bit of an update. The first is, as you know, the Strumwasser team has filed on behalf of the Commission our reply to the Secretary of State's and the Legislature's responses. Our hope is that we would hear from the California Supreme Court by October 1st, just given their previous time from the last filings and when we received a response. So our hope is that October 1st would be sort of the end time from which we would hear. We don't anticipate the Supreme Court scheduling oral argument, so it would just be a motion or essentially decision on the pleadings. But I will keep you posted on that if things change. But our hope is that it's by October 1st, we know what our final deadlines are. Secondly, just want to give you a brief update as to the status of the litigation contracts. Followed up with Strumwasser on their litigation contract. I hope to hear from them soon. On Gibson and Dunn, I received substantive edits back. The legal team here has produced proposed responses, and I anticipate providing those to the Legal Affairs Committee, and they can give further direction on what the final response would be to Gibson and Dunn. Right now, we wanted to make sure before we made this final proposed solutions to the Legal Affairs Committee that we have Department of General Services, because they do look and approve, and for a lot of the contracts that are deal breakers, we wanted to make sure that any proposals counters aren't any deal breakers for them. So it's been 10 days. I think Raul has followed up with them to inquire as to the status. I think maybe as a strategy, we're going to be reaching out just to Legal Affairs to schedule something regardless. And it would have been more helpful to hear from DGS on any proposed counters, but I think we need to keep this moving. So I'm going to be reaching out to the Legal Affairs Committee for next steps on any responses. And with that, does anyone have any questions?
So all the deadline for input to the Supreme Court has passed, right?
Yes. The 13th was our reply due date, and we were the last ones to respond to. We had an opportunity to reply to the responses from the legislature and the Secretary of State.
Okay, and I see we received a couple of
amicus
opposition letters from a couple of counties. Okay.
Yeah.
And I mean, those two we received recently, but there were others from a few other counties too, I believe.
I think Napa filed one, and Los Angeles County. I believe Solano was another one that had filed, and I could be forgetting a fourth one.
San Benito.
Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Okay. Are there any questions? Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
It looks like Commissioner Anderson has a question.
Sorry, just a quick one. Any word on the, I can't remember the name of the bill having to do with Bagley Keene?
So thank you, Commissioner. AB 361 has passed both the Senate and the Assembly. It is awaiting the governor's signature. It's anticipated that the governor will sign it. Nevertheless, we have a draft proposed support letter that we will be sending to the governor to encourage him to sign the bill.
Very good. Commissioner Sinai?
Was that the youngest or the oldest that just screamed?
That was the youngest. I can't believe you heard that. Thank you.
I think that was Anthony.
I will now mute.
Oh, you've embarrassed Anthony.
This is the reddest I think I've been on camera. Thank you, Commissioner Sinai.
Yeah, that's why I closed my door, because I got background noise to Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Just wondering if we have any, if anything has come up on the radar as far as litigation in other states that might slow down the process or present any sort of obstacle in our path going forward.
I'm not aware of any, but you know, we can look into that to see if there's any pending litigation in other states that could have a ramification on us. You know, I think maybe where you're going, Commissioner, is sort of the census data and the quality of the data. And, you know, I think you've been following this as well. Each individual state is a little bit of a laboratory on how that affects individual states. But yeah, we can look into that and report back on that as well.
Okay. I don't see any other questions at this point. So thank you for those reports. Katie, if we could please take public comment on agenda item 3.
Yes, Chair. The Commission will now take public comment on agenda item number 3, Director's Report. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 882-8610-2051 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read previously in this meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And we do not have any callers in the queue. And we will let you know when the instructions are complete.
Please do, thank you. So just to let the commissioners and the public know where we're headed today. We're gonna end at 4:30 today. We've got a long 2 days. Yes, we've got potentially a long 2 days coming up. And for those of you who didn't appreciate my half-hour lunch, you're really not going to appreciate the fact that I added an extra session at the end of those days if we need them. I'm hoping we don't need them, but I wanted to have it there just in case. So we'll start with the subcommittee reports and see how far we get. But at 4:30, we'll adjourn for the day because there will be time. We'll start with the business meeting on Friday. So so if we go longer on
Chair, we
Friday
do have a
or
caller.
Saturday, yes, I see that. Thank you. If we go longer on Friday or Saturday, it'll be not because the business meeting is going longer, but because of the directions to the line drawers are going longer. That makes sense. Yeah, Katie, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Caller 2829, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. The floor is yours.
Yes, this is Renee Westerlusk. I'm just want some clarification of terms regarding the legal action the Commission is doing to, I guess, petition the California Supreme Court to extend the date by which the maps, the final draft maps have to be completed and vetted by the public, etc. What do you call that legal action? Is it actually a lawsuit or is it a petition of the court? I just wanted some clarification. Thank you.
I am going to hand that off to Chief Counsel Payne.
So I'm sorry, the question was about our filing or the reply that we made. So there was an emergency writ petition that originally the Commission filed, and then the Secretary of State and the legislature in the Padilla case were able to file a response, and then we were allowed to file a reply to that response. Does that, as far as what we call it, is that helpful?
Yeah, because I've heard people refer to it that the commission sued
Yeah,
the Supreme
so
Court for an
right.
extension so you could get it till January 14th. I'm talking about the recent action. I
Right.
don't really know how to describe that, and I don't consider that suing the Supreme Court or whatever.
Yeah, so I mean, I think maybe one way to couch it is that the case was Legislature v. Padilla. So technically, those are the two main parties. But the Supreme Court invited or allowed for the commission to come in to ask for further time if we so chose, and the commission made that call to do that. So it was a essentially request for a later extension for that time.
So it's not really classified as a lawsuit, so to speak.
Well, it is a formal pleading with the California Supreme Court, so it is part of a lawsuit. But I would say maybe, and I think maybe this might have been the context in which this might have been brought up. I don't know, but the commission isn't suing a particular party. It sounds more like what's referred to as declaratory relief, where we're asking the court to clarify something they have already said. And what we're saying, they've already used terms like additional federal delay, and then the commission is saying, so California Supreme Court, we understand that to mean January 14th, for example. And they're going to confirm whether that's the correct interpretation.
Okay. Thank you very much for that.
Sure, you're welcome.
Explaining that.
Thank you. Okay, well, Government Affairs Committee.
I don't believe we have any substantive update, so I think we can move to the next subcommittee.
Anthony covered it.
Yeah.
Okay. Finance and Administrative Subcommittee.
We don't have anything substantive to update, do we? No, okay.
So. Gantt chart.
No update at this point, Chair.
Okay. Outreach and engagement.
Staff gave all the updates. We are working to, just be able to have reports that make it easier for everyone to know where we're at.
Thank you. Materials development.
No further update.
Oh, although we are looking at the language, Commissioner Kennedy, for what the 2010 Commission used on with the final maps. So we're reviewing that information.
Have you drafted? You got your first draft of the final report done yet? Okay.
Yeah, we have the 176 districts drawn already. I'm not sure what the purpose of this meeting was.
Thank you for that. Data management. I don't see,
no updates to report at this time. Thank you.
Okay. COI tool.
No update at this point.
Incarcerated populations, federal facilities.
We did receive a response from the Department of Justice on behalf of the Bureau of Prisons, basically telling us that they were not able to provide us with the information that we requested. I think there was a little bit of a misunderstanding on their part as to exactly what we were asking for. I am going to draft a letter back to them on that, just to clarify that we weren't asking for exactly what they said we couldn't have. But we are now past the deadline that we had set for getting that data set. So, you know, our focus will remain on laying the groundwork and doing some legwork to hopefully ensure that the 2030 Commission can have access to the data that they need in order to treat individuals in federal custody the same way that individuals in state custody will be treated by the 2030 Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I guess Commissioner Kennedy, you're still up with lessons learned, and Commissioner Ahmed.
Keep them coming.
Okay. Cybersecurity, I don't have anything substantive to update. I don't know if Commissioner Taylor has anything to add.
No, I agree, Commissioner Fornshari. Just remember that we are the vulnerability for some points of contact, so be careful with your computers and what you open. Thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy?
And just again, a reminder that I think our understanding is that it's the security subcommittee.
That's right. So we do have something.
So to the extent that we are looking at in-person meetings at some point, we want to hear from the security subcommittee on security arrangements.
Yes, sorry, my apologies. I was focused on cyber. Yeah, we do have an update. We expect to have a security conversation in a closed session at the end of tomorrow to talk about what our proposed security strategy is for in-person meetings. So,
thank you, Neil. The stealth in me always keeps that close to the vest.
Yeah. Yes. So we will get some more information out to you all before that. Thank you. And we'll remember Director Hernandez and to the next chair, Commissioner Sadwani, if you all could remember to change the title of our subcommittee on subsequent agendas, that would be helpful. Legal Affairs Committee.
Nothing to report, but it sounds like we'll be meeting soon to continue shepherding the litigation contracts.
Okay. And then line drawing guidelines subcommittee. I pretty much gave your update earlier, but did you have anything you wanted to add? Or actually, what's the name of your subcommittee? It's the Commissioner Yee and Turner.
Mapping Playbook Subcommittee.
Okay, we need to fix that. And did you have anything to add?
No, so I'm meeting with Commissioner Turner tomorrow. We'll get some feedback to an next draft from PRA Council and plan on bringing it before the whole commission September 28 or 29.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. So we're not quite done with agenda item number 4 because we will address 4K in closed session tomorrow. So.
So just a point of clarification there, Chair. We could go into closed session on its own statutory authority basis. So we are free to close 4K. We can even have nothing to report on 4K. We could report something out of closed session on Friday if and when that's needed. So there's no need to hold 4K open if we can have its own statutory basis.
Okay. So then I would need to take public comment on it. Can I talk about one other item and then take public comment on all of it, or do I need to do public comment right now?
I mean, you can, as long as we're covering public comment for each agenda item, that's up to you. So if there's another item and you want to do public comment for item 4, you can, as well as another one, that's fine.
Okay, because I want to just briefly, if we can, touch on future meeting dates and agenda items, which is not in 4, but I'm going to lump it all together if that's okay. So if you all take a look at the where is it? The handouts. Am I in the wrong handouts?
I don't see it under the 915.
Oh. Is it under the 917 handouts?
It is under the 18th in-person meeting discussion. Is that what we're talking about?
Okay, yeah. Why did I get a sign up with Facebook then? I got a pop-up ad.
I got the same thing. I think it's a bad link.
Don't look into the light, Chair.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, if you go to the 18th, okay, Anthony, can we talk about this now? Because it's posted under the wrong date.
So another option, Chair, is you could pull up the document you wish to discuss and you could display it.
Okay.
If you so chose.
Okay, I will do that.
I'm sorry, share screen, I think is the exact option.
What is it called? So what are you guys seeing? Are you seeing?
We see the in-person meeting discussion.
Okay. I can't see it. Oh, okay. All right, operator error. Okay. So I wanted to take a moment to have just a conversation, if we could. I apologize you all haven't had an opportunity to read this document. Yeah, I thought it was going to be posted in today's thing, but I wanted to have a conversation about in-person meetings for line drawing. You know, we've touched on this topic a number of times. There's been commissioners who expressed interest in doing it. We've given Director Hernandez direction to begin to schedule it. But we just, in a conversation that Commissioner Sidwani and I had with Director Hernandez in planning for this meeting and discussing those dates, we really want to check in with the commission and, just check in and see if there is, first, if there is a desire and a commitment to meet in person for these line drawing meetings. And if there is a desire and a commitment, what would those meetings look like in this environment? I think it's a good opportunity to have this conversation at this point, since we just went through a day of kind of some experience of what it would look like. I mean, it's going to get a lot more detailed and in depth, of course, down the road, but we've done this over Zoom and we know what that looks like. But I want to open it up and see and ask, what's the interest? What's the commitment to in-person line drawing meetings. The idea would be, so we would host a series of meetings in Sacramento, and we would alternate between Sacramento and Southern California. We don't have locations in Southern California as of yet. It's still a bit of a challenge to get locations. So I just want to take the pulse of the commission at this point, because it is a lot of work. So Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions on this. One is there a possibility of going beyond Sacramento as far as quote unquote Northern California? I mean, could something be organized in the Bay Area? Could something be organized farther north? Just wanted to put that on the table. Second of all, I think at some point I had mentioned, or we had discussed, the possibility of having respective Northern California cohort and Southern California cohort meeting in separate locations, but the cohorts together as much as possible. So just wanted to see if that's still something that's out there as a possibility. Thank you.
I think those are both possibilities, but I think that so yes, those are all possibilities. We could design this however we would like. But I think the first question we need to ask is what is the level of interest? I mean, if we don't get enough folks who are either willing to travel in their area to meet together and or travel, to the opposite ends of the state. I mean, if folks just aren't willing or to do that for whatever reason, right? Health reasons, family reasons, whatever the case may be. If folks just aren't, if we don't get enough of a commitment level to have folks travel, then it's a lot of money and a lot of effort to plan these meetings without, the payback we're looking for. So, for instance, we invited Alvaro, or Director Hernandez invited folks to come to Sacramento on the 28th and 29th, and just haven't gotten pretty lukewarm kind of interest in that, for instance. And so that's what kind of inspired me to throw this question out there at this point, to just understand the pulse of the commission. Commissioner Sinai.
I'm strongly for it, for us to meet in person during line drawing, especially after today's experience, because it's really hard because we need the full map up there. So it's taking up most of the screen. So we can't really see each other. And a lot of it is body language, or just agreeing with each other, especially as we're moving into the line drawing piece. It's like, okay, yeah, even now, it would be easier for you if we were all together. You could say thumbs up, thumbs down, but it's hard to say thumbs up, thumbs down right now because we've got your document on screen, which is okay. I'm not harassing you, but so I'm for it to create a hybrid environment in both Northern California and Southern California. I do understand keeping it simple and having the same location in Northern California and Southern California, just because it is a lot of equipment, a lot of, figuring out all the logistics of it. And I'm for it. I'm committed.
Okay, I think I have Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I'm for it as well. I just wanted to note that.
Okay, Commissioner Turner.
I think it's worth the work. I'm for it.
Okay. Others? I see Commissioner Yee, then Toledo.
All for it. You know, it's what I thought we would be doing when I signed up for this.
Okay. Commissioner Toledo.
I'm also for it. I agreed with Commissioner E. Are you looking for a motion, or are you looking to approve this, or are you looking for just consensus at this point, or some kind of straw poll?
Yeah, no, it's just straw poll at this point. I just first of all wanted to make sure we had a critical mass, if you will, of enough folks to make it worthwhile. You know, and I was thinking half. It probably should be more than half, I would think, but at least half the commission committed to attending these in-person meetings. It's clear everyone can't make the meetings, all the meetings, and that's fine. They would still be held virtually. But I just first want to get a sense of the commitment. It sounds like we've got interest in meeting together. Commissioner Sidwani.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to be just really transparent that for myself, my October or fall schedule, kind of broadly speaking, is a little chaotic. So I definitely have a strong interest to meet whenever possible, but I definitely will also be using the virtual option just so that I can make all of my commitments. But that being said, I think, part of the conversation with Alvaro and staff has also been, it's a lot of work. And so maybe there's a cutoff date, right? And I think that's going to require responsiveness from commissioners and staff. If we know that we have 3 days of meetings coming up in Southern California, perhaps there's a cutoff date for RSVPing like 1 week in advance, so they know to really firm up all of the logistics. And if there's not enough people to make a decision, to have the ability to make the decision to cancel that one, if there's only going to be 2 people traveling, I think, and Alvaro can jump in here, but I think that was some of the concern and was ensuring that commissioner feedback about availability and when people will be traveling will be communicated in a timely way. So just wanted to raise that as our responsibility to staff as well.
Yeah, that's a great point. And Director Hernandez just messaged me saying that 10 of us have committed to traveling on the 28th. So I guess his latest prompt got us going. So that'll be outstanding. There'll be 10 of us together for that meeting. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I mean, I'll come in person whenever I can. I do want to just say out loud, I think there's going to need to be some thought put into how we manage hybrid meetings, because I think I have several reasons why I think the Zoom meetings work. Particularly, I'm also not only selfishly am I thinking about, just the kind of juggling that I do, but also I'm thinking about Commissioner Vasquez and then my other personal family reasons as well too. But I think for me, I don't know, we could call it equity. We could call it just in terms of just organizational culture or group dynamics. One of the things that I've never liked about hybrid meetings is that you always have some people who are in person, have a certain kind of dynamic versus everybody else. I mean, these are all the jokes and the memes that you see on YouTube about like when people are in a room and then people are on a phone call and all the repeating and other things that go on and things like that. That is still real. And I do feel like that is something that we need to be thoughtful about and to think about then if there's a portion of the commission that is in person together in the room versus those who are on Zoom and participating via, electronic means, how do we ensure that we don't create a sense of we're not in on the joke because we're not there in person? And that's for me a really huge concern. And I just want to just put this out there. And that's part of the reason why I've been opposed to, or not, I shouldn't say opposed. I mean, I knew what I was getting into, and I'm committed to, if doing it in person. And I realize, I think, I've gotten a little spoiled because being able to be on Zoom, I could literally just like roll up to the computer and then just start, and it's been easy. I'll be honest, like, going to a meeting means you have to like do a lot more to get to a meeting and stuff like that. So, but aside from that, one of my big concerns is how do we ensure that people feel like they are included, and equitably so, in a way that they are not, there's not an in-group and there's not an out-group. And so I just wanted to just put that out there. And I think that that just requires some thoughtfulness on our part to ensure that that sense doesn't happen. Pros and cons of Zoom. One of the pros is that it has equalized a lot of things for people because we're all a Brady Bunch box. And, if somebody wants to say something, you could say it via chat, but for most part, everybody is saying it and everybody is hearing it and everybody is in on the same joke. And so I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai.
Oh, I just want to say, because I've gotten 2 chats on this, the San Diego Access office is really big for one-on-one like meetings, but their conference center is really small, but there is a potential because Alvaro's also lobbied for this to have the Southern California one in San Diego. There probably is a potential to find another meeting space within the state building because it's a state office building, or there's other locations in San Diego that we can find.
Okay, let's see, we're up against, we're getting to be up against a break at this time. And so you all haven't had a chance to kind of look at what I wrote or think about this some more. So I think at this point, I'm going to table this conversation. We can circle back to it in the morning on the 17th. And I will take public comment. It's posted on the 15th now, this document. So take a look at it and see what you all think. We can talk about it on the 17th. So Katie, we could take public comment on, we would like to take public comment on agenda item 4 on this conversation and general public comment.
For items not on the agenda?
Yeah.
The commission will now take public comment on agenda item 4 on the conversation in regards to in-person meetings, and for general public comment for items not on the agenda at this time. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247. Enter the meeting ID number 882-8610-2051 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read previously in this meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And we do have caller 6252 in the queue. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing star 6. And the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Helen Hutchison with the League of Women Voters of California, and I have a quick question, kind of clarification from your discussion at your last meeting on the public map presentation sessions, and wanted to clarify that the proposal is for 30 minutes for statewide maps, and that would be per map. So if an organization wanted to present multiple maps, an assembly map, a congressional map, a senatorial map, like that they would get an hour and a half. So is that correct?
I'm going to pass that to, are you waving at me, Commissioner Anderson? I see a big black blob. So Commissioner Henderson?
I actually am having issues with the background and stuff, so I'm not actually waiting, but that's still being worked on, the actual details of that, but it was not, like per map. It was actually more like per group, depending on what presentation we're going to do. But again, that's still draft, and we haven't thoroughly discussed that because there will be the redistricting tool available, which is different this time than was last time. So that's why it's a very different situation.
Then we would strongly advocate that it would be 30 minutes per map, that discussing a full statewide district map would take up to 30 minutes. And so that we would advocate for 30 minutes per map. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your input. We appreciate it. And then I guess I would ask the line drawing team, when do we have an idea to let the public know when we're going to come to a conclusion on what that looks like, or when we're going to have the conversation to make that decision? I'm going to ask you, Commissioner Anderson, since I don't see Commissioner Sedman.
She ducked the question.
She ducked that.
Well, we actually have to get together on that and see when we can put that on, given, we have to agendize it as well.
Okay, well, we could probably have that conversation in the context of the agendas that we have in place now. So I think it's more of a matter of when you guys are ready. Okay, well, with that, and I see that we have no other callers in the queue, I am going to adjourn this meeting, and we will reconvene 9:30 on the 17th.